All right, good morning, everyone. I'm going to call to order the City of West Palm Beach Special Magistrate hearing for today, December 7th, 2022. Excuse me, it is 9 o'clock. My name is Amity Barnard. I'm the Special Magistrate for today's hearing. A bit about process. The first thing I'm going to do is swear everybody in who's here to testify on any items on today's agenda. So if you are in the room and you plan to speak on any item on today's agenda, if you could stand and raise your right hands for me. Raise your right hands for me. Do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. Everybody, you can sit down. Thank you, madams. The way this is going to work is when you hear your case called, you're going to come to the podium here on the right side. The city is going to put on its case first. They're going to present their testimony and any evidence they'd like me to hear. You will then get an opportunity to respond, show me any documentation, present any verbal testimony that you'd like to for me to hear and consider this morning. At the end of that, I'm going to make a final ruling. You have all been sworn, so just remember this is not a formal courtroom. The formal rules of evidence do not apply, but your testimony today is given under oath, under penalty of perjury, under the laws of the state of Florida. So with that, I'll turn it to the city to proceed.
Okay, first case, number 1233 Winona Place, CE 21110016.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Joe Valdez, Building Inspector for the City of West Palm Beach. Number 8770. This case for 233 Winona Place. It was cited for work without permits. They did a lot of construction work, electrical work, plumbing, and mechanical. Need the information for when the notice of violation. You can help me with that?
Sure, thank you. Inspector Valdez, we're here for 233 Winona Place.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
And was this case before the special magistrate previously?
It was.
And the special magistrate asked for it to be extended and to come back. Is that accurate?
Yes, it was going to be extended to give the owner time to get his permits.
Okay.
And go ahead.
Can you take us back just very briefly before we go through notice again? Take us back very briefly. What is it that they were doing without permits that led you to believe there was a violation?
As you can see by the pictures, there was windows being installed, interior demolition and renovations. And there was electrical that was removed and plumbing also, flooring. So there was a lot of work going on.
And you observed all this, these alleged violations at the property?
Yes,
And did you take photographs of these alleged violations that
Yes.
you observed? And the photographs, are they truthful and accurately depict the alleged violations that you observed at the property?
yes.
Do you recall how long ago this case was here in front of the special magistrate?
I don't have that information in front of me, but maybe you can help me out with that?
Sure. One moment. Inspector Valdez, in the meantime, can you tell us the progress that's been made since you were here
Yes.
with the owner the last time?
They have made progress. They have been issued a building permit. Meanwhile, the other subs, the permits were approved, but the subs for electrical, mechanical, and plumbing have not been issued those permits because they have not gone to pick them up, I guess.
So to sum it up, were we here last time and the special magistrate allowed additional time or an extension to come back because the respondent or owner had indicated that they felt they needed more time to get the permits due to, I guess, red tape or administrative time
Yes.
that the city required? Is that
Correct.
accurate?
That is correct.
So at this time, they've received their master permit, is that accurate?
That is accurate.
And that's been issued, is that accurate?
That has been issued.
But they still need their sub-permits.
Absolutely, yes.
Those are ready, but have not been issued
Have
because they're waiting for the trades to come in and pick them up. Is that accurate?
Yes, the trades have
Okay.
to come in and show all their paperwork and
And with respect to the sub-permits, which ones are still waiting?
that is plumbing, electrical, and mechanical.
So three sub-permits are waiting.
Yes,
Once permits are issued, per Florida Building Code, do they have 6 months for inspections? Is that accurate?
yes,
Are you seeking on the master permit, even though that's been issued, the inspection violation is still outstanding, you're seeking 6 months on that?
yes.
And after 6 months, if they don't come into compliance, what are you seeking in a daily fine?
I would say we will have another hearing, and then at that time, we can issue, you know, a $200 a day fine.
Okay, we don't necessarily need another hearing, but you're looking for a $200
Yes.
a day fine. Okay. And on the sub-permits, are you looking for 30 days to get the sub-permits issued?
Yes, we can give them 30 days to get those sub-permits issued,
And are
and
you
then after
looking
that, we will
for-
give them the 6 months extension.
So basically, 180 plus 30 days is 210 days on the
on the
sub-permits.
sub-permits.
Also $200?
Yes,
Okay. And just briefly, let's go ahead and look at notice. Was the original notice of violation created and issued on or about November 1st, 2021?
yes,
Was it sent by certified mail
it was,
and regular mail February 15th, 2022?
correct,
On or about February 15th, 2022?
correct.
Is it your understanding that the certified mail was delivered to the front desk
Yes.
reception mailroom on February 18th, 2022?
That is correct.
Do you have an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes. And it
Was the
posted
notice of
on-
violation posted at the property?
Yes,
Was the notice of violation posted at City Hall?
yes,
And we saw the stop work order that was up on the screen. You issued that stop work order?
yes, I did.
And at the last hearing that we had here, was the respondent or property owner or representative of the property owner in attendance?
Yes, he was.
And does that, it's my understanding at the last hearing that the special magistrate said, right here from the seat, to come back on a certain date.
Yes.
And have you had communication with that property owner since? Do they know to be here? What's the status?
No, I have not had any communications with him,
Okay.
but they knew the date.
I'm sorry?
They knew the date that,
Okay.
that was issued at the time.
Okay. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, stop work order, photographs, and any other documents in the file relied upon.
Is the respondent present today?
No.
Can you go back to the affidavit of posting for me? Whoever's controlling the computer. So that was from, so they were before the special magistrate in June. Was there an order, a continuance order granted at the June hearing that the city could pull up? That confirms that the respondent was present at that previous hearing and had actual notice of today's hearing or continuance?
The respondent was present.
Okay. The orders typically reflect that, so I'd like to see that. If that's possible.
I don't see one. I don't believe that an order was issued. I think just an extension was provided orally.
Okay, so but your testimony is that the respondent was present at the June hearing?
Yes,
Okay. And the date of that continuance was today's hearing?
yes,
Okay.
In the alternative, if we need to, we can extend this again with an actual order and we could renotice it.
I would be more comfortable with that, just because I'm not sure, if there was no order that went out, it's concerning to me that the respondent is not present, so if the city's,
Where? Can you,
go up a little bit?
can you scroll up?
That's good, scroll up. That's the right address, scroll down a little bit. That says the owner respondent, Peter Bosch, is that who was here, sir,
Yes,
at the hearing? So he appeared at the June hearing.
yes, that was June. Yes.
Okay, that's sufficient, that's exactly what I needed to see. And that gives today's hearing date. Okay, that's sufficient. So, just so I'm clear, for the 105.1 failure to secure the building permit, you're asking for compliance within 210 days, or a $200 per day fine, and then in terms of the inspections, 110.3, you're asking for compliance within 180 days, or a $200 fine?
But it's reversed. 180 for the permits, and then for the inspections, 210.
210 for the, okay, 210 for the
So
inspections.
there's actually, it's actually more split than that. The master permit, which has already been issued, 180 days for the inspections.
Okay,
For the sub-permits, which have not been issued, another 30 days to get them issued, and then
okay.
because you get 6 months to do inspections, so 6 months plus 30 days is 210 days on the sub-permits to get the inspections.
All right, so 210 days on the sub-permits, and then the 180 days on the master permit, which has been issued but not inspected.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, in case anything further from the city?
No, I'm not sure if you had accepted the evidence. I don't remember.
I did not, but I'm going to right now. In case CE 211-10016, I find that notice that the respondent had actual notice of this morning's hearing by virtue of appearing at the June hearing and been having granted a continuance by Special Magistrate Wagner, which specifically set the matter to be heard this morning at 9 a.m. I will find, based on the testimony, first I'll enter into evidence a composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll have the record note that the respondent is not present. And I will require the respondent to comply with section 105.1 regarding the master permit to have inspections done within 180 days or face a fine of $200 per day. For the sub-permits that are ready but have not been picked up or inspected, that the respondent comply within 210 days or assess a fine of $200 per day. Is that accurate, City Attorney?
That is
I believe
accurate.
so, yes.
Thank you.
Next case, number 5601 Corporate Way, number 404 CE 22030284. Number 5.
Special Magistrate, this inspector needs to be sworn in.
Sir, can you raise your right hand for me? Thank you. Do you both swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. Attilio Blile, Inspector for the City of West Palm Beach. Property was initially cited on 3/9/22 for 2 tankless water heaters, electrical installed without proper permits or inspections. The property had replaced the water heaters and unfortunately failed to obtain the required permits for these water heaters that were installed for the electrical and the plumbing. I've made contact with the manager of the space, the tenant of the space, and they are trying to rectify the situation by getting the contractors to comply that installed the work. However, I have yet to see any forward progress. Notice of violation was mailed via certified mail and regular mail on 10/26/22, posted at City Hall at 10/26/22. Certified mail was delivered. It says here as of 11:30, it was still in transit to Dallas, Texas. Plumbing permit 22040462 was applied for on April 8th of '22, but not issued. It failed the plan reviews and no electric permit has been obtained for the electrical work that was done. The city's recommending 60 days to obtain the permits and inspections for this property.
And is there a fine amount the city is seeking?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Is there a fine amount the city is seeking if they don't comply?
After 60
Oh,
days,
yes,
yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, I can't hear.
Sorry about that.
After the 60 days, $50 a day.
Okay.
Thank you. Inspector Belial, I have a couple of questions. Do you have an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, I do.
And was the notice of violation posted at the property?
Yes,
Was there a stop work order at
Yes.
all? Okay. And you took photographs of the alleged violations at the property?
yes, they're in the file.
Okay. Those photographs truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed at the property?
Yes, they do.
Thank you. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, stop work order, photographs, as well as the permits, the permit alluded to.
Is a respondent present for this case? We'll let the record reflect they're not present. I will enter into the record the city's composite exhibit 1 without objection. And I'll find, based on the evidentiary case file and the testimony of town staff, that you have good service in case CE 22030284 for this morning's hearing. I'll find, based on the testimony and the photos provided, that the respondents are in fact in violation of sections 105.1, 109.4, 110.3, and 107.1, and I'll require the respondents to comply within 60 days, or fine will be assessed in the amount of $50 per day in the event of noncompliance.
Number 6, 419 26th Street, CE 22030507.
Good morning. Attilio Belial, Inspector for the City of West Palm Beach. This property, 419 26th Street, had a backflow fence, sewer line, mechanical, gas installed without permits or inspections. The notice of violation was mailed via certified mail and regular mail on 10/26 of '22. The property was posted at City Hall at 10/26/22. The property was also posted on 10/26/22. The certified mail was delivered on 10/29 of '22. While I was performing an inspection at the property, I noticed that other work was being performed to the gas. A new gas line was installed to a new tankless water heater. A new backflow was installed in the rear of the property. A new fence was installed. A new sewer line was installed, and a new AC system was installed without permits or inspections. The permits have not been obtained for any of this work that was performed. The backflow did have a permit at 22040119, but it's issued with no inspections. The mechanical permit 22061557 was issued, but it has no inspections. The fence 22051473 failed its final inspection. The gas 22041212 was issued, but it's only received one inspection. The city's recommending 30 days to have the approved inspections current with the job status, and after that, $50 a day.
Thank you, Inspector Belial. Just a couple of questions. Do you have an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, I do.
Was the stop work order issued?
Yes, there was.
And have you had any contact with the owner or representative of the owner since the stop work order?
Only contact has been on site while we performed inspections. I have yet to have any forward progress from any of the contractors.
Okay. And were these permits already done before the stop work order, or
They were done after.
they were done after?
Yeah,
Okay.
they received some of their permits, but they don't have any inspections on some of the stuff.
Thank you. Did you take photographs of the alleged violations of
Yes.
the property? Did those photographs truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations you observed at the property?
Yes, they do.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, stop work order, photographs, and copies of the permits as indicated.
Is there a respondent present for this case? We'll let the record reflect they are not present. Just so I'm clear, are there any permits that have not been issued?
The interior work that was performed for the residential remodel, I don't know if they have not gotten any inspections on that, because the contractor has not returned any kind of a notice that I've left for him to call me to see if we can. I've left notices on the door for him to call me so that we can rectify this. But it appears that they're moving forward with all of their permits. They just need to get inspections on this property.
So is the city still seeking finding a violation for 105.1 work without permits, or are we saying that, or is the city saying that they have permits, they're just not, they haven't done their required inspections?
The 105.1, if they don't get the inspections,
That's still a violation?
yeah,
of
it's
that
still a
section? Okay.
violation.
Understood, thank you. Anything further from the city?
No.
All right, in case CE 22030507, I find, based on the evidentiary case file, which I'll enter into the record as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection, that you have good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find, based on the testimony of city staff and the evidentiary case file, that the respondents are in fact in violation of sections 105.1, 109.4, and 110.3, and 107.1 for failure to have the required inspections and submit the required documentation to fully process those permits. I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days or face a fine of $50 per day until compliance is achieved.
And number 7, 421 26th Street, CE 22030508.
Otilio Belial, Inspector for the City of West Palm Beach. This is the rear home to this same property. Has a separate address at 421 26th Street. Renovations were performed to the building, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, and gas, to the interior and exterior of this home. The notice of violation was mailed via certified mail and regular mail on 10/26/22, posted at City Hall on 10/28/22, and posted at the property at 10/26/22. The certified mail was delivered on 10/29/22. The property had new plumbing drain lines and water lines on the exterior installed. This was observed while performing an inspection at the property for another permit. Also, new gas lines were installed on the exterior, penetrating the wall of the home to the new tankless water heater installed inside. The new garage door, windows and doors were also installed into this rear structure. New electrical to include also a new mini split AC system. The property owner has not reached out to rectify any permits for this property. They applied for a residential remodel on 6/21/2021, but have not obtained the permit. They also applied for a gas permit of 2204-1211. It received a rough gas inspection on 6/2/22, but there has not been any forward progress of obtaining any kind of further process for inspections. The city is seeking 60 days to obtain all required permits. After that, $250 a day.
Thank you. Inspector Belial, just a few questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, there is.
Was a stop work order issued?
Yes, there was.
And did you take photographs of the alleged violations you observed at the property?
Yes.
Do those photographs truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations you observed at the property and that you've discussed?
Yes.
And And I believe you said that there's been no contact from this owner or representative of the owner since the stop work order
No contact.
or since the notice of violation?
Mm-mm.
Thank you.
I left a notice on the structure, and I told the workers there to please have the owner contact me, and I've yet to have any kind of telephone conversation.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, stop work order, in addition to any and all other documents relied upon, and the file.
Is the respondent present for this case? Seeing none, we'll let the record reflect that they are not present this morning. I will enter into evidence Composite Exhibit 1 without objection, which is the city's evidentiary case file, and I'll find in case CE 22030508 that you have good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find that based on the testimony of city staff and the evidentiary case file that the respondents are in violation of section 105.1, 109.4, 110.1, and 107.1. I'll require the respondents to comply within 60 days, or a fine of $250 per day will issue thereafter.
Case number 3639 38th Street, CE 2210030, number 3639 38th Street. Do I have a respondent present for 639 38th Street? You can come to this podium here.
Yes. And just hold tight when you get there.
Hi, good morning. Sandy Mills, Code Compliance Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on October 5th, 2022. Service was accomplished by certified mail sent on October 6th, 2022. Certified mail was signed for on October 11, 2022. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on October 7, 2022. I have not been in direct contact with the property owner, but I have been in touch with Ashley, the employee, and the property is being cited for grass which exceeds 6 inches in the alley, and alley maintenance, as well as driveway which needs paving. As of this morning, I'm seeing where the permit was applied for yesterday, and as of this morning, the property is still not in compliance because the driveway still needs to be paved and the alley still needs to be maintained. The city's asking for an additional 90 days for compliance for the driveway, and 5 days for the alley, and $50 a day for the alleyway if it's not in compliance, and $100 per day for the driveway if it's not in compliance.
And the permit was for the parking lot?
For the driveway
For the
paving.
paving of the driving, okay.
Officer Mills, I didn't hear you on the number of days for the permit for the
90 days for the driveway.
thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
There is.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
And did you take photographs of the alleged violations?
I did.
And did you observe, I'm sorry,
I did.
did you observe those alleged violations yourself?
Yes, I did.
And do those photographs truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you observed?
It does.
And can you just describe a little bit more about what we're seeing in the photographs with regard to what you saw in the alleyway? And can you just describe more about what the issue is with the driveway?
Okay, so the driveway is gravel, and previously it was paved. There's a photo in there from 2019 from Google Maps showing that it was actually paved before. And for the alleyway, the grass is high. It needs to be maintained in the back, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You said in the alleyway, all that needs to happen is it gets mowed and the garbage picked up?
That's pretty much, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Cut and clean.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit a copy of evidence, a copy of the file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any other documents relied upon.
All right, your names for the record?
Rebecca Diaz.
Laurent Minguez.
You're gonna have to help me with that one.
It's spelled Laure, N like Nancy, T like Tom. Minguez, M like Mary, I, N like Nancy, Gu, Z like zebra.
Perfect. And you're the property owners?
I'm the property owner. She's my property manager.
Okay, very good. Before we get into the merits, the city, you've seen the case file that the city is asking to enter into evidence. Do you have any objection to those documents being put on the record this morning?
No objections.
Okay, so with that, I'll enter without objection Composite Exhibit 1. Go ahead with any testimony. So you heard what they're saying. They're asking for 2 separate compliance dates. It looks like you're in process with the driveway permit, but it looks like there's some additional work to be done in the alleyway. Any response to what they've said?
Yes, so we can end up mowing the alleyway. The thing is, for the violation, it says it has to be non-dusting surface. So there's never been dust produced from the rocks that we placed on there. And then under those rocks, it's also a paved driveway.
So there's concrete under the rocks that you
Correct.
placed? Okay. What's the city's response?
Okay, for the non-dusting, that's a requirement for the driveway itself. So the rocks are not appropriate, and that's why they're required to pave it. And the driveway underneath it currently, it's in disrepair either way, so they still need to go ahead and replace it.
And so the permit that they have in, is it for to pour a new concrete driveway?
The permit that that they applied for is basically to get the driveway resurfaced.
Okay. Does it specify that they're gonna make a concrete driveway?
No, I didn't, I'm not sure as to.
Okay, but it's for resurfacing of the driveway, so
That's
it's,
correct.
in your mind, it addresses that violation. So does that make sense what she's saying? She's saying that the rocks are not an appropriate surface per city code, that you need to have a concrete or some non-dusting surface.
Yes.
Okay.
Concrete or asphalt, thereabout.
And then the 5 days, does that give you enough time in the back to mow and clean up the garbage that's in the back? It looks like a pretty small area. It seems
Yeah.
reasonable to me, but that's reasonable to you all?
Yes.
Okay. And 90 days, I think, is plenty of time to get the permit and do the driveway. That is also reasonable to you?
Yes.
Okay. Anything further?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you for showing up. It's always better to show up to these than not show up. Anything further from the city?
No, that's it.
Okay, in case CE 22-100-030, I find that you have sufficient notice for this morning's hearing. The respondents are in fact present. I find based on the testimony of city staff as well as the evidentiary case file that's been entered into the record without objection as Exhibit 1, that the respondents are in fact in violation of Section 74-4-C-3 for the overgrowth in the alleyway, 74-4-C-5 for the garbage or waste that's in the alleyway, and 94-485-E for the driveway surfacing. I'll require respondents to comply with Section 74-4-C-3 and 74-4-C-5 within 5 days, or a fine of $50 will issue thereafter, and I will require respondents to comply with Section 94-485E within 90 days, or a fine of $100 shall issue thereafter. Thank you and good luck.
Here's a copy of the order. Next case number 443826 Whitehall Drive, 105 CE 22080260.
What number was that one?
Number 43.
Thank you.
Good morning, Officer Levine, City of West Palm Beach. Special Magistrate, there are 5 cases for this one owner. Is it possible to do all 5 in one shot?
Yes, is the owner here? Is the respondent here? Up, you're there. Yep, you can do them all at once, that's fine.
Number 443826 Whitehall Drive, 105 CE 22080260. Number 45 3501 Village Boulevard. Number 403 CE 22080261. Number 46 3500 Whitehall, 106 CE 22080262. And number 47 3716 Whitehall Drive, 206 CE 22080263.
Okay. 35, 3650 Whitehall Drive, Unit 404, 3826 Whitehall Drive, Unit 105, 3501 Village Boulevard, Unit 403, 3500 Whitehall Drive, Unit 106, and 3716 Whitehall Drive, Unit 206, were all cited for failure to obtain a rental license. Certified mail was returned unsigned. The property was posted on 9/22/2022. One Oak LLC is registered to another entity in Florida, and as such, the property owner had to register it under another LLC, which is Oak Trail. However, with that being said, Oak Trail now has to be registered as Oak Trail with the Property Appraiser's Office. There are 5 applications for licenses under One Oak LLC. When the information is changed in the Property Appraiser's Office, property owner now has to come back to City Hall to do a name change on the rental licenses before they could be issued.
So you're, just so I make sure I understand, so you're saying that they had rental licenses under one LLC, they changed the ownership on property
No.
appraiser, and they never came back to the city?
The license is under Oak Trail LLC, but
Right.
Oak Trail LLC in Florida is registered to another entity. And the owner of this Oak, One Oak LLC could not register this One Oak under One Oak because it's already registered to somebody else in Florida. So he had to choose another name.
Another
which
name, okay. And
was
then they need to
Oak
come back
Trail.
to the city, okay.
It has to be changed in property appraisers, and it has to be changed at city in City
In the
Hall.
city's rental records,
Yes.
yeah, okay, okay.
So with that, they requested 60 days to have everything done, if not $200 a day thereafter.
In all 5 cases, that's the same?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess, we've read them all in, I guess we'll handle them one by one. Ma'am, your name?
Special Magistrate, may I ask a few questions before
Yes, sir, I'm
we-
sorry, hold on just 1 second, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Officer Levine, I just want to make sure that the record is clear for each one of these addresses. Is it your testimony that each file has an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it your testimony that on each one of these addresses that certified mail was sent?
Yes, ma'am.
And that regular first-class mail was sent?
Yes, ma'am.
And that the notices of violation were posted at City Hall?
Yes.
And that the notices of violation were posted at each property?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to the rentals, have you confirmed that they still continue to be rented?
Yes, they.
Okay. And the photographs of posting on each property, are those photographs truthful and accurate photographs of posting at each specific property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence on each one of these cases that has been called, a copy of the file, including but not limited to the notices of violation, the certified mailing documents, the pop-up printout sheets, the rental license information, the photographs, and any other documents relied upon and/or in the file.
All right, now you're up. Your name, ma'am?
It's Eloine Del Valle. That's Eloine. And last name it's Del, V as in Victor, Alle.
Thank you, I never would have gotten that. Good morning.
Good morning.
So you've heard what the city is saying. Do you understand what you need to do to basically, it seems like it's just a paperwork cleanup exercise at this point, but are you in agreement with what the city is saying, that you just need to transfer those licenses to the new names?
Yes.
Okay.
Special Magistrate, could we just establish for the record how this representative is connected to the listed owner?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am, thank you.
I am with the law offices of Carrie Sable. He represents the owner.
So you're counsel for the owner,
But yes.
representative of counsel
Yes.
from, is that sufficient for the city?
They know that you're here representing them?
Yes.
That's fine.
All right, so the city has put, and I think has scrolled across the screen, all of the evidentiary case files that they'd like to enter into the record. Do you have any objection to those case files being entered in
No
either of
objection.
those 5 cases?
No objection.
Okay. And 60 days seems like a reasonable amount of time. Would you be in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay. Anything further from you, ma'am?
No.
Okay, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna go case by case on these just for sake of the record. In case CE 22080259, I'm gonna enter into the record without objection, composite exhibit 1. I find based on the documentation within that exhibit that there is good notice for this morning's hearing. The respondent's representative is also present this morning. I find based on the testimony of city staff and the evidentiary case file that the respondent is in violation of section 22-32-A and 22-441. I'll require respondents to comply within 60 days or a $200 per day fine will issue thereafter. In case 22080260, I again find and have entered into the record the evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I find that notice is good for this morning's hearing. The respondent's representative is present here this morning. I'll again find that the respondent is in violation of the same sections. 22-32A and 22-441. I'll require respondents to comply within 60 days or a fine of $200 per day will issue thereafter. In case 22080261, I find that there's good service for this morning's hearing. I'll again enter into the record composite exhibit 1 without objection. I find the respondents are in violation of 22-32-A and 22-441 and require respondents to comply within 60 days or a fine of $200 shall issue thereafter. In case 22080262, I again enter into the record without objection composite exhibit 1. I find there's good service for this morning's hearing. The respondent's representative is in fact present. I'll again find respondents in violation of 22-32-A and 22-441 and require respondents to comply within 60 days or a fine of $200 per day will issue thereafter. And finally, in case 22080263, I again enter into the record without objection composite exhibit 1. I find notice is good for this morning's hearing. I'll find respondents based on testimony of city staff and the the evidentiary case file that the respondents are in violation of 22-441 and 22-32-A, and again require compliance on the part of respondent within 60 days or a fine of $200 per day thereafter shall issue. Thank you, ma'am.
Here's a copy of the orders. Next case number 50-814 9th Street, CE 22090381, number 50-814 9th Street.
Good morning, Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Cert mail for this property was sent on 10/3/2022. City Hall and property was posted on 11/21/22. I have spoke with the owner, the mother of the property. She's asked for 30 more days or $100 per day after. The following violations: painting of the exterior of the home, painting of the boards, clean and sanitary condition, secure vacant property, apply for boarding permit, can placement, garbage, debris, and overgrowth, trimming of trees on property, cleaning up obstruction of right-of-way, cleaning up alley easement area, removal of contractor's waste, repair or replace or remove fence/wall maintenance, landscaping of property, and outdoor storage. The following violations are in compliance. The exterior has been painted. The boards have okay. I didn't know I had that kind of effect. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, the boards have been painted.
Can you start over with the compliance? I'm
Oh,
sorry,
okay.
ma'am. Thank you.
Exterior of the property has been painted. The boards have been painted. The clean and sanitary condition is still being accomplished. The securing of the property has complied, and they have applied for the boarding permit. and the garbage can placement has been placed in the rear of the property. All violations in regarding to the overgrowth, trees, trimming, and outdoor storage remains, and I'm asking for the 30 days or $100 per day.
And the fence and the wall too is still out of compliance? Fence and
A
wall
portion
maintenance?
of it, yes.
Okay. And then just for clarity on the boarding certificate, they've applied, but have they been issued?
She applied last week. I'm not sure whether issued or not, but they did apply for the boarding certificate.
So we'll leave that one as violation, just to make
Yes.
sure that it
Yeah.
is ultimately
Make sure it
issued.
gets done.
Okay. Your names, gentlemen, for the record?
Kareem Nasai,
What's your last name?
Nasai,
Spell it.
Nasai.
And the other gentleman with you?
It's the same as mine.
It's just Junior, Kareem Nasai Jr.
That's handy. And what is your relationship to the property?
Mother, it's a piece of property that's inside like my mother's name.
So you're the son of the property owner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Special Magistrate, may I question the officer?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Officer Lester. With respect to your file, is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the notice of violation sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there photographs of the alleged violations that you observed at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Do those photographs truthfully and accurately depict the alleged violations that you observed at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
For the alleged violations that you contend are still remaining, can you please take a moment to tell us what it is that you've observed that leads you to believe these are violations?
This property has large trees on it, and there's an alleyway behind this property also, and it's just the abundance of the overgrowth from the trees, and they impede the alley itself. And the trees on the property just needs to be trimmed up and maintained. And it's a large roll-off trailer on the back of the property that has all of the debris in it. So I'm asking for that to be removed along with the debris. And it's a portion of the fence on the east side that still needs to be either removed or replaced. I'm quite sure they'll remove it. And all of the other shrubbery debris that's still on the property is what I'm asking for. That's still outstanding.
So the garbage can placement you said complied, right? But what about garbage, debris, and overgrowth? Is that still outstanding?
That's still outstanding.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you spoke with the property owner, and she's requested the 30 days? She
Yes,
thought
ma'am.
that was sufficient to
Yes,
get the
ma'am.
remaining work done?
Yeah, she's going along. It's coming along.
It looks like, yeah, at least from that picture there, it looks like quite a bit's been done.
Yes, ma'am.
So you gentlemen hear what the city is asking? Are you in agreement with what the city is asking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the city is asked to place on today's record the evidentiary case file, all the documents that have scrolled up on the screen. Do you have any objection to those being entered into the record? Okay. So with that, in case CE 2209-0381, I will enter into the record without objection Composite Exhibit 1. Anything else you gentlemen would like me to hear this morning? Okay. In case 2209-0381, I've entered the case file. I find based on the case file and testimony of city staff that you have good notice for this morning's hearing. The respondents are present. I will find that the respondents were in violation of 18-103-J, 18-214-A, 18-214-B, 73-34-A-1-J, but have since complied since the notice of violation. I do find, based on the testimony of city staff and the evidentiary case file, that the respondents are still in violation of 18-106A, 18-265, 74-4-C-4, 74-4-C-5, 74-4-C-6, 94-302-A-4, 94-442-C-1, 94-71-C, and I will require the respondents to comply with those remaining code sections within 30 days, or a fine of $100 per day will issue thereafter. Good luck. Continue making progress. It looks like you're coming along good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other respondents here for a case? Sir, are you here for a case? No? Okay. That's all the contested matters we have at this time. Number 2 is rescheduled, 3131 Embassy Drive, CE 22.
It's actually postponed.
Is,
Yeah, they put rescheduled, but it's postponed.
okay, number 2 is postponed, 3131 Embassy Drive, CE 221-00162. Number 4, 636 42nd Street, CE 221-00412.
Good morning, Sandy Mills, Code Compliance Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on October 28, 2022. Service was accomplished by certified mail sent on October 31st, 2022. Certified mail was signed for on November 4th, 2022. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on October 28, 2022. I have been in contact with the property owner as well as the property manager, which is fairly new. This property was cited for trash and debris on the property, landscape maintenance, no certificate of use, no rental license, trash can and recycle storage, being out in the open areas needing sod, unpaved parking, as well as outdoor storage. The property owner applied for a rental license, and there's still an outstanding fine of $229.24, as well as there has not been a schedule for the inspection. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 30 days and $150 thereafter.
Was that $100?
Pardon me?
$100?
$150.
$150.
Thank you, Officer Mills. A couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
There is.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
It does.
And the photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you observed on the property?
It does.
For the alleged violations that are still outstanding, can you tell us a little bit more about what you observed that led you to believe there are violations?
Sure. So the initial inspection, the property was in really bad condition. On reinspection, you can see where there was an attempt to clean up, but there's still violations. We still have open area. There's still vehicles parking on the grass. We still have outdoor storage. The trash bin is still out in the open. We still have outdoor storage as well as litter all over the place.
And I'm sorry, I don't know if I missed it. Are you still observing that there are one vehicle or more than one vehicles that are parking on unapproved surfaces?
More than one vehicle.
Okay. And has that occurred more than one time?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you did have contact with an owner and a manager. Are you seeing any progress?
The progress was that they applied for the rental license, but they haven't scheduled an inspection date. And I'm seeing where they had more stuff in the front, but they still need to go all the way.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, as well as the rental license application.
All right, and with regard to the rental license, you say they applied for, but it's not been inspected, so it's not been issued, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And for the record, nobody's here on behalf of the respondents. In case 22-100-412, I will enter into the record without objection the city's evidentiary case file, Composite Exhibit 1. I'll find, based on the testimony and the evidentiary case file, that you have good notice for this morning's hearing. I'll find that based on the testimony of city staff and the evidentiary case file, the photographs, that the respondents are in violation of sections 18106A, 18106K, 2232A, 22441, 7434A1H, 94442C1, 94482A, and 9471C. I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days, or a fine of $150 per day will issue thereafter.
Number 8, Florida Avenue, CE 221-00046.
Morning. Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. This particular property was initially cited on 10/5/22. Certified mail was sent on 10/6/22. The certified mail was returned. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted on 10/6/22. Property was cited for 18105I, damaged equipment, 18106A, clean and sanitary, trash and debris kind of strewn throughout the property, 18106M, maintaining of the landscaping, 74-4-C-5, cleanup of the right-of-way, running the perimeter of the property, 94-445-4-G3 -II irrigation that's basically inoperable, and 94-485-B-1-E requiring the parking lot to be recoated and restriped. I have spoken with the property manager, Mr. William Strominger. We actually met at the property on at least 2 occasions, and we've spoken over the phone with regard to the conditions of the property. And so they are in agreement that the violations do exist. He sent an email to me on last evening indicating that he's not going to be here at the hearing because he's out of the office. He further indicated that kind of in finality, he said that we would like to kindly ask for a 60-day extension to come into compliance on these properties. So with that said, the city is amicable to granting an extension of 60 days or a fine of $150 per day be imposed.
Thank you.
That was 150, I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Officer Williams. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, there is.
And does the affidavit of posting reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
And is this property, is it a parking lot or is there a structure on it?
It's a combination of, it's a parking lot that kind of encompasses more or less a dumpster enclosure area. There's, but it's dominantly a parking lot.
Okay. And the photographs that we've been reviewing during your testimony, do those photographs truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed at the property?
Yes.
And can you please take a moment and describe to us what it is you observed that leads you to believe these are alleged violations?
Okay. On the non-residential equipment, there's a damaged metal post that has a jagged edge that's sticking out, which presents as a health and safety issue. As of recent months, there's just been ongoing trash and debris, again, kind of strewn throughout the property. Also, the landscaping plan is virtually non-existent. I indicated to them that they need to get with the city landscape planner, Raymond Caranci, and ascertain what the current landscaping plan should look like for that particular property. The right-of-way that runs the perimeter of the sidewalk is always strewn with trash, debris. The irrigation systems, there's parts of it that's there, but it's inoperable. The irrigation system is virtually non-existent at this time. And again, the parking lot requires some repair, coating, and striping of the entire parking lot.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, written email communication, and any other documents relied upon.
Can we go back to the photo? So this is just a parking lot? There's no building? It's a standalone parking lot?
It's just a parking lot. It's actually, people actually pay
It's a
to,
rental lot, basically?
right, yes, it
Okay,
is.
Okay. Okay. And what's, I'm just out of curiosity, what's the remedy on that post with the metal thing sticking out of it? Just remove the post? Is some
Remove
kind of
it
bollard or
altogether.
something? Okay. Okay. All right, and for the record, nobody's here on behalf of the respondents in this case, or on behalf of this case. In case CE 22100046, I will enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find that you have good service based on the affidavit of posting for this morning's hearing. I do find that the respondents, based on the testimony of city staff and the evidentiary case file, that the respondents are in violation of sections 18-105-I, 18-106-A, 18-106-M, 74-4-C-5, 94-445-4-G-3-II, and 94-485-B-1-E. And I'll require, as was agreed by respondents via email, compliance within 60 days or a fine of $150 shall issue thereafter. Thank you, sir.
Number 9, 531 Datura Street, CE 221-00048.
Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. Property 531 Datura was initially cited on 10/5/22. Certified mail was sent on 10/6/22. The certified mail was returned. Property as well as City Hall was cited on 10/6/22. Property was cited for 18105I. Non-residential equipment in disrepair, 18106A, clean and sanitary, 18106M, maintenance of the landscaping, let's see, and 74-4-C-5, cleanup of the right-of-way, running the perimeter of the property, 94-445-4, -G-3-II, also the irrigation systems inoperable, and 94-485-B-1-E, requiring repairs and coating and striping for the parking areas. Again, this particular lot actually is owned by the same previous owner. The email that I spoke about pertains to this particular property as well, where Mr. Strominger requested an additional 60 days in order to come into compliance, or a fine of $150 per day be imposed. That was our agreement.
And Officer Williams, I apologize, I may have missed it. What time period are you seeking and a fine you're seeking?
60 days in order to comply, or a fine of $150 per day be imposed.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, there is.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
And did you take photographs?
Yes, I did.
And do those photographs truthfully and accurately represent and depict the alleged violations that you observed at the property?
Yes, they do.
And I believe that you described everything already, and you indicated that there is also an email in the file. Is that accurate?
Yes, it's part of each case.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and written communication.
Thank you. Can you pull up the affidavit of posting for me? Okay, you posted it on 10/6. Okay, thank you. For the record, there's no respondent here on behalf of this case. I will enter into the record without objection the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1. And in case 22-100048, I'll find, based on the evidentiary case file, that you have good service via posting this for this morning's hearing. I'll find that the respondents are in violation of sections 18105-1, 18-106-A, 18-106-M, 94-445-4-G-3-II, and 485-B-1-E. And again, there's confirmation from a representative of the respondent that they're in agreement with the 60-day timeline, so will require respondents to comply within 60 days, or a fine of 150 days shall issue thereafter.
Number 10, 613 Avernia Street, CE 221-00381.
Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. Property 613 Evernia was initially cited on 10/25/22. Certified mail was sent on 10/26/22. The certified mail was returned. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted on 10/26/22. Property was cited for 18103B due to the structure being in disrepair, rotted wood throughout the exterior. 18106A, trash and debris. 18106B, excessive growth. 18106G, painting of some areas of the structure. 18216C, abandoned structure, presents as a health and safety issue to the community. 78-6, address characters not posted, and 94-302-A-4, fence in disrepair, and 94-71-C, outdoor storage. When I checked the city's records, I noted that they applied for a demo permit for this particular structure on 9/29/01. Within that permit, the last indication on 10/29/01, it indicated that that the review was complete. However, the applicant needed to resubmit some additional documentation or some additional information, and that was the last indication that was given back on 10/29/01.
Is that are you saying 2001?
Yes,
Oh,
2001.
wow, okay.
I had spoken with a gentleman who actually manages the property right adjacent this particular structure, and he gave indication that the owner is trying to demo the property. He doesn't really want to fix it. He wants to demo it, but for some particular reason, he's been running into some pushback from the city, and I'm not clear what that pushback is. And so the property is in the condition that it's in. So, and it is an eyesore, and it presents as a health and safety issue to the city. I've received multiple complaints from individuals, and so it is something that needs to be addressed immediately.
And what is the city seeking in terms of a remedy? Are you seeking to abate, or are you seeking for a time frame for compliance?
The city's seeking 30 days in order to comply, and if compliance is not gained, then the city's seeking in order to go in and abate the property. And if that abatement involves securing the property, cutting and cleaning, then that's what the city's requesting.
So in a scenario like this, that's typically what the city does. You'd fence it off, mow it, fence it off, or you would demolish?
Well, it is fenced.
Okay.
It
But
is fenced.
you'd repair the fencing that's in disrepair?
Right, yes, exactly.
Okay, so you'd essentially secure the property and then
Secure
mow it?
cut it, and clean
Okay.
it.
Thank you, Officer Williams. Just a few questions, please. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, there is.
And does the affidavit of posting reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed at the property?
Yes, they do.
And with respect to the health, safety, and welfare condition of the property, do you believe that this property is an attractive nuisance for pests and other rodents or animals?
Absolutely. There are probably 90% of it is overgrown to about 3 feet, literally. And it is an attractive nuisance for rats, snakes, what have you. And also the way that it presents, and just by virtue of how it's laid out, how, the way the property's situated. Also, it's a haven for like homeless individuals as well.
Okay. And I just want to be very clear. So you talked a little bit about there's a chain link fence that is in extreme disrepair.
Right.
Is there any other fencing that is there that you're?
No, it's just the chain link fencing that's in disrepair. There's multiple sections of it.
Okay. And we can see that there's things being stored in the outside that are not appropriate to be stored. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. This doesn't have any address characters on it. Is that accurate?
No, that is accurate. No address characters are posted.
And is there just one structure on the property, or more than one?
There's a front house, and there does appear to be a garage to the rear of this structure.
Are you asking anything with regard to the garage, or is it just this main structure?
The garage portion does require some painting. I don't know if it's secured. However, the door is in a down position, but I'm not sure if it's secured.
Okay.
But it is down.
All right. So with respect to the abatement that you're requesting, can we just go through these? I want to make sure of what you're
Sure.
requesting as an abatement. Repairing roofs and walls, are you asking for that to be abated? Or
No,
that's-
I'm not.
And you would ask for 30 days on that?
Yes.
And how much in a fine if not complied?
200.
All right. And then the clean and sanitary and excessive growth would be involved in the abatement, is that accurate?
Yes.
Painting of the structure, would that not be an abatement?
No.
Would that be a 3,200?
3,200.
Okay, we went through the health, safety, the numbering standards, would that be an abatement?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay,
No.
would that be a 3,200?
3,200.
And the fencing and disrepair, is that going to be an abatement?
Yes, there are portions of the fence that I do believe would need to be abated.
All right. And then the outdoor storage, is that an abatement or no?
Abatement.
All right. Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, the demolition permit from 2001, and any other documents relied upon.
And just so I'm clear, the city would be seeking to abate the excessive growth, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then in terms of the outdoor storage, what's the abatement there? Removal?
Say again, I'm sorry.
The stuff that's stored outside, in terms of your abatement, would the city just remove that stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and for the record, there does not appear to be a respondent present for this case. In case CE 2022-100381, I'll enter into the record the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. And I'll find, based on the testimony of city staff as well as the evidentiary case file, that you have good service via posting for this morning's hearing. I'll find that the respondents are in violation of sections 18-103-B, 18-106-A, 18-106-B, 18-106-G, 18-216C, 78-6, 94-302-A-4, and 94-71-C. For sections 18-103-B, 18-106-G, 78-6, I will require respondents to comply with those sections within 30 days, or a fine of $250 per day shall issue thereafter. And with regard to sections 18-106-A, 18-106-B, 18-216-C, 94-302-A-4, and 94-71-C, I will grant the city authorization to abate those violations.
Special Magistrate, can you make a finding that it rises to the level of a health, safety, and welfare violation?
Yes, ma'am. I will find that based on the photographs in the evidentiary case file and the testimony of the city's code officer, that those sections do amount to health, safety, welfare violations, which create an attractive nuisance, as was stated, for pests, rodents, and potentially individuals who want to enter the property that is not secured. So I will allow the city to abate those violations. And does the city come back for with abatement costs?
No.
Okay. So you don't need me to do anything with that this morning? Just your authorization to abate is all you need?
And that the costs would be assessed.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'll allow the city to abate those code sections with as the state law allows the city to recover all costs of abatement to remedy those violations.
Thank you very much.
And that's an immediate abatement?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, we have a respondent present that showed up for numbers 41 and 42. Number 41, 3716 Whitehall Drive, 306 CE 22080256. And he'll need to be, oh, is it my turn? Not sure yet.
You said 42, 41, and 42?
41 and 42, so I just called number 41 first.
Okay.
And we do two of them together.
And
And
number
were you
42, 3525 Village Boulevard, 201 CE 22080258.
Special Magistrate, the respondent need to be sworn in.
Yes, sir. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning once again. 3716 Whitehall Drive, Unit 306, and 3525 Village Boulevard, Unit 201 were both cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was returned unsigned. The properties were posted on 9/22/2022. They both went through an inspection on 12/5. However, 3716 Whitehall Drive, Unit 306, failed the inspection because the living room windows wasn't able to open and close. And 3525 Village Boulevard, Unit 201, failed the inspection on 12/5 because there were no screens available in the unit. The respondent is here. He's going to explain. So the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance, or $200 a day thereafter.
Was that 200? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Inspector Levine, a couple of questions with regard to unit number 306. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
And was City Hall posted?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to Unit 201, is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And was City Hall posted?
Yes.
And the photographs in each file to show posting, are those accurate and truthful photographs showing posting for each, for Unit 306 and Unit 201?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence on Unit, Agenda Item 41, which is 3716 Whitehall Drive, Unit 306. Would like to submit as evidence a copy of the claims file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all rental license and documents relied upon. In addition, for Agenda Item 42, 3525 Village Boulevard 201, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, rental license application, and any other document relied upon, and for both cases, a copy of the claims file. Excuse me, a copy of the code file.
Thank you. So just so I'm clear, that they applied in both cases, but they failed inspections for
Yes, ma'am.
deficiencies on the property, so that all that they have to do is correct those and get a re-inspection, and then the
Yes, ma'am.
certificate gets issued?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your name for the record, sir?
Armin Berisha,
Spell your last name for me,
B as a boy, Erisha.
and your relation to the property?
Landlord, the owner.
Okay. So the city, we'll do them one by one. So the 3716 Whitehall Drive, CE 22080256, the city has put its case file up on the screen for you. They'd like to enter that into record. Do you have any objection to those documents?
No.
Okay, so in that case, I will enter into the record without objection. The evidentiary case file is Composite 1. Similarly, the case file flashed abroad on the screen for 3525 Village Boulevard 201. Any objection to those documents?
No.
All right, again, in case 22080258, I'll enter into the record without objection, Composite Exhibit 1. So you've heard what the city is saying, that you've applied but failed inspections on both cases. Do you have any response?
Actually, the 3716, it's already fixed, but I'm just waiting for the other one, 3525, to get fixed as well.
So from the city's perspective, 3716, they haven't had a re-inspection?
I mean, it's already fixed because it was fixed yesterday, but he's gonna come for a re-inspection.
He's gonna come and
today.
re-inspect it,
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, whoever's gonna come for a re-inspection, I'm not.
Okay. And what they're asking for is 30 days. That seems reasonable.
Yes.
Okay. Is the same thing true in 201? For Unit 201, is 30 days enough time for you to get?
Yes. Yeah, that
Okay.
would be.
Okay. All right, anything further you'd like me to hear?
No, that should
Okay.
be it.
Thank you again for coming. In case 22080256, I have entered the Composite Exhibit 1 into the record. I'll find, based on the testimony and the documents, that you have good notice for this morning's hearing. The owner is present. I'll find, based on the photographs and the testimony, that the respondent is in violation of 22-32-A and 22-441. And I'll require the respondents to comply within 30 days, or a fine of $200 per day shall issue thereafter. In case CE 22080258, again, I've entered into the record Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the evidentiary case file and testimony of city staff, that you have good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find again that the respondents are in violation of sections 22-32-A and 22-441. And I'll require again the respondents to comply within 30 days, or a fine of just $200 per day shall issue if you do not comply by that timeline. Thank you again for appearing.
Oh, thank you.
Here's a
Thank
copy
you.
of your orders. Next case number 11424 Colonial Road, CE 221000104.
Good morning. Joseph Oliva, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on 10/11/2022. Service was accomplished by certified and regular mail sent on 10/14/2022. Certified mail was returned on 10/19/2022. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on 10/13/2022. There is an affidavit of posting in the case. I have had contact with the owner of the property. This property was cited for 22-441, no rental license, and 22-32-A, no certificate of use. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 30 days for them to come into compliance. If they did not come into compliance, the city's asking for $100 a day until compliance is achieved. And I did speak with the owner of the property, and he said he did apply for a rental license, but there's nothing in the case. Nothing. When I looked it up, there was nothing in there.
Nothing in the city's files that would suggest that that's true?
Yes, nothing.
Okay.
Thank you, Officer Oliva. Just a couple of questions. There's a photograph of posting. Is that a truthful and accurate photograph of posting at this property at 424 Colonial Road?
Yes.
And when you were in contact with the owner, did that owner dispute or otherwise deny that this property is rented?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photograph, and any other documents relied upon.
All right, and for the record, we do not have a respondent present for this case. In case CE 221000104, I will enter into the record without objection the city's evidentiary case file marked in composite exhibit 1. I'll find, based on the documentation you have entered into the record and the testimony of city staff, that you have good service for this morning's hearing, and I will find that respondents are in violation of section 22-32-A and 22-441, and I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days, or a fine of $100 per day shall issue thereafter.
Number 12373 Gregory Road, CE 221-00393.
Joseph Oliva, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on 10/26/2022. Service was accomplished by certified mail and regular mail sent on 10/31/2022. Certified mail was signed for on 10/4/2022. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on 10/28/2022. There is an affidavit of posting in the case. I have had contact with the property owner, and this property was cited for 18-106-B, excessive overgrowth, 18-106-A, trash and debris, 18-106K, landscape maintenance, and 78-94-C, swale/parkway. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 10 days for them to come into compliance. If they do not come into compliance, the city's asking for $50 a day until compliance is achieved. I did speak with the owner this morning. I was able to find a phone number, and the reason why I'm only giving him 10 days is because he said that he would have it cut by the weekend.
Thank you.
The garbage is pretty minimal that needs to be removed.
Yeah, there's some garbage on the property. Also, too, when I looked up the property, they're doing a demolition on this property, but I did advise the owner that they still need to keep the property,
Mowed while they're doing
compliant.
that, yeah.
But yeah, they are doing a demolition on it, and that's why I'm just giving him 10 days. And like I said, he said this weekend he'll have it done.
And what's the violation on the swale parkway? Is it just a mowing
High
issue?
grass.
It's just
high,
the grass
yeah.
too, okay,
And there's some trash and debris on there, too.
okay. Oh, I see right there, okay.
Thank you, Officer Oliva. We reviewed photographs during your testimony. Do those photographs truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations to which you've testified?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all documents relied upon.
All right, in case CE 22-100393, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find, based on the testimony of town staff and the evidentiary case file, that you have good service for this morning's hearing via posting and a signed green card or signed certified mailing. I'll find the respondents in violation of sections 18-106A, 18-106B, 18-106K, and 78-94-C. And I'll require the respondents to comply within 10 days, or a fine of $50 thereafter shall issue.
Number 13625 Forest Hill Boulevard, CE 22110045.
Joseph Oliva, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on 11/1/2022. Service was accomplished by certified mail and regular mail sent on 11/2/2022. Certified mail was returned on 11/10/2022. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on 11/2/2022. There is an affidavit of posting in the case. I have had contact with the owner of the property, and this property was cited for 105.1, no permits, and 94-485-A, parking requirements. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 60 days for them to come into compliance. If they do not come into compliance, then the city is asking for $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Officer Oliva, just a couple of questions. We've been reviewing photographs during your testimony. Do these photographs truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations you've observed at the property?
Yes.
And what are those alleged violations that you've
Okay,
observed?
if you get, I got a close-up. They have a driveway, and then on each side of the driveway, they put pavers, and the ratio is basically 75-25. You're supposed to have like grass or sod or an approved plant material, and then 25% is supposed to be driveway. But they put pavers down to park cars on there now, and I did explain that to him. when I spoke to him on the phone, and he said he was gonna get the permits, but he never got permits to put the pavers in.
So he can have the pavers, they just have to be permitted?
Well,
or-
they would
or
have to
They
be-
may not be able to be permitted to the extent that
Planning
they're
and
there.
zoning would have
you
to, yeah,
check
they would
that.
have to approve that. And, you know, like I said, I kind of explained to him, because he lives on Forest Hill, and there's no parking on the street there. I says, you know, they may approve this, I don't know, but it's, you know, it's up to them. But again, he still never applied for any permits or anything.
And Officer Oliva, with respect to the use of parking/loading areas, is that something different that you observed, or is that part and parcel of what you just discussed?
It was part of what I discussed.
Excellent, thank you so much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. And CE 22110045, I will enter the city's evidentiary case file, Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find you have good service for this morning's hearing via affidavit of posting. I will find, based on the photographs and testimony of city staff, that the respondents are in violation of section 105.1 and 94-485-A, and I'll require the respondents to comply with those sections within 60 days, or a fine of $100 per day shall issue in the event of noncompliance until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 14, 2708 Spruce Avenue, CE 22080531.
Good morning, Alex Oliver, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm. This property was cited on October 18th, 2022. I sent a courtesy letter on August 2022. Service was accomplished by certified mail on October 18th. Certified mail was sent on October 24th, and it was received on October 24th. City Hall and property were posted on October 18th. This property was cited for 18106A trash and debris, 744C5 alleyway maintenance, and 94302A3 fence without a permit. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking an additional 60 days for them to come into compliance, and if not, then $100 a day, or until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Officer Oliver, a couple of questions, and I may have missed it, so I apologize. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
We've been reviewing some photographs during your testimony. Do those photographs truthfully and accurately represent and depict the alleged observations that you observed at the property?
Yes.
And can you just take a moment and let us know what it is you observed that you believe is a violation at the property?
Property owner had some construction debris on the side of the alleyway, in the back alleyway. The whole property was fine. It's just the back alleyway which needs addressing. And he put in a new fence. There was no permit in it. I did speak with the owner. He called and he told me he was going to get a permit, but I never saw anything pulled in. He hasn't followed back. I haven't had any contact with him whatsoever. I went to the property yesterday, and I did see that he picked up the garbage and cleaned, but there was still no permit for the fence. So as of this moment, only fence without a permit has not come into compliance.
Okay, so to make the record clear, the 18106A alleged violation for clean and sanitary, you believe is now in compliance?
Yeah.
As well, 4C5, clean up to the center of the right-of-way?
Yeah.
That's in compliance? Can you just clarify for the record, there's a couple of different fences, the wood fence, the iron fence. Which one is the one that?
The wooden fence.
The wooden fence?
Yeah, the metal fence was there existing. I checked Google Earth, and it was, yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
And for the record, the respondent is not present. In case 22080531, I will enter the city's composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find that there is good service for this morning's hearing. Based on that evidentiary case file, I'll find that the respondents were in violation of sections 18-106-A and 74-C, 74-4-C-5, but have since complied prior to this morning's hearing, and I'll find that they are still in violation of section 94-302-A-3 and require that they come into compliance within 60 days or a fine of $100 per day will issue thereafter.
Number 15, 427 26th Street, CE 22080534.
Good morning, Alex Oliver, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on October 17th, 2022. Courtesy was sent to them on August 30th. Service was accomplished by certified mail sent on October 24th, and certified mail hasn't been returned yet. Both property and City Hall were posted on October 19th, and there has been no contact with the owner of the property yet. There is an affidavit of posting in file, and the property was cited for 74-4C4, trees obstructing the right of way, 78-6 address characters, which were missing in the back alley. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 30 days for them to come into compliance. If not, then for $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Officer Oliver, a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes.
And does the affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
The photographs that we've been reviewing during your testimony, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you observed at the property?
Yes.
With respect to the address characters, just for the record, they do have address characters on the front, but it's in the back alleyway that are required by code. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just describe a little bit more about what you saw about the trees and hedges that you believe is a violation?
Yeah, there were some trees going out, and it was basically like every time I drove with my city vehicles, it was always rubbing into the vehicle. They addressed that. It's just the alley. I mean, the address haven't been put back. I mean, they haven't put in. The address characters haven't been installed.
Oh, so it's only the address characters
Yeah.
that are outstanding?
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize.
Yeah, I forgot that. Yeah. They
Thank-
did trim those back.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any other documents relied upon.
And for the record, there's no respondent present for case CE 22080534. So it sounds like they did the hard part, but not the easy part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and enter into the record the city's composite exhibit 1 without objection. And I'll find that the respondents were in violation of section 74-4-C-4, but have since complied prior to this morning's hearing. However, the respondents are not in violation, or excuse me, are not in compliance with section 78-6, so they still need to comply, and I'll give them 30 days to comply, or issue a fine of $100 per day if compliance is not achieved within that 30-day time frame. And I will find that you have, based on the affidavit of posting, good service for this morning's hearing.
Number 16, 426 27th Street, CE 22080552.
Good morning, Alex Oliver, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on October 13th, 2022. I sent a courtesy letter on August 30th. Service was accomplished by certified mail sent on October 14th, and certified mail was returned on October 18th. Both property and City Hall were posted on October 13th, and I have not been in contact with the owner. There is a affidavit of posting on file. The property was cited for 78-6 missing address characters in the back alleyway as well. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for 30 extra days for them to come into compliance. If not, then $100 a day.
Thank you. Officer Oliver, just a couple of questions. Does your affidavit of posting also reflect that the notice of violation was sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
And the photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation that you observed at the property?
Yes.
And just to make the record clear, there's address characters at the front of the property, but not at the back?
Yeah.
Okay. And Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, the courtesy letter, and any other documents relied upon.
And what are those photos showing? They look to be photos of the fence. Is that where the numbers would go?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
on
in
the
the back
fence, they'd
fence.
be
That's the
affixed
back
to the
alleyway.
fence?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Okay, in case CE 22080552, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find, based on the testimony of city staff and that evidentiary case file, that you have good service via posting for this morning's hearing, and I'll find that the respondents are in violation of section 78-6 for failing to have those address characters in the alleyway. I'll require the respondents to comply within 30 days or assess a fine of $100 per day for each day that compliance is not achieved.
Thank you.
Number 17, 434 14th Street, CE 221000021.
Good morning. Officer Underwood, City West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property 343 14th Street was cited October 4th, 2022. Certified mail was sent out November 9th. Property and City Hall were both posted November 14th, and it was returned November 18th. This property was cited for clean and sanitary conditions, excessive growth, and clean to the center of the right-of-way. I have not been in contact with the property owner, and the city is requesting an additional 10 days or an abatement for cut clean and make it tidy.
Thank you, Officer Underwood. A couple of questions, just to make the record clear. This is for 434 14th Street, correct?
Correct.
Very good. And is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
There is.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you observed at the property?
Yes, they do.
Is this a vacant lot?
Yep, it's a vacant lot.
And can you please just tell us briefly what it is you observed at the property?
It's just got severe trash and debris on it and overgrowth. It's just been neglected. The center of the right-of-way to the street, there's, there's piles of leaves and stuff, just accumulated over the years. Trash and debris, as you can see in that picture, and mostly just overgrowth. The grass is extremely high.
Do you believe that this condition of the property causes the property to be an attractive nuisance for pests and other rodents and vermin?
Correct.
And that could introduce disease to the property?
Correct.
And that could be, or you believe that to be a health, safety, and welfare issue for the community?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any other documents relied upon.
So in terms of abatement, all the city would be seeking to abate through just mowing and cleaning up whatever
Yeah, and
debris
remove
is
no
there?
trash and debris also.
Okay. Can you pull up the notice of violation? Did you cite it as a health, safety, welfare?
No, I did not. It was cited for clean and sanitary conditions, excessive growth, and cleaning to the center of the right-of-way.
Special Magistrate, I believe that we would, the city would need to further do a separate case for health and safety and welfare, and but it can proceed in regards to asking for a certain amount of time and a fine.
And the 10 days seems reasonable, given the gravity of the violation. In the event of noncompliance, what's the city's fine amount that they'd be requesting?
$150 per day.
And for the record, there's, on behalf of case CE 22100021, there's not a respondent present. I will enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting, you have good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find that based on the photographs and testimony of city staff, the respondent is in fact in violation of sections 18-106A, 18-106B, and 74-4-C-5. I'll require the respondents to comply with those code sections within 10 days or assess a fine of $150 per day for each day that the violation continues past that date. Thank you.
Number 18, 408 17th Street, CE 221000138.
Good morning, Officer Underwood, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property 408 17th Street was cited on October 12th. Certified mail was sent out November 18th. City Hall and the property were posted November 18th, and certified mail was returned November 29th. This property was cited for clean and sanitary conditions, excessive growth, and clean to the center of the right-of-way. I have not been in contact with this owner either, and the city's requesting an additional 10 days or $150 per day thereafter. Due to the degree of the trash that's there, there's feces and garbage bags full of feces, whether it's dog, human, who knows. It attracts homeless people, it attracts all kinds of nuisance stuff.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions, Officer Underwood. Is there an executed, I think you may have said it and I may have missed it. There's an executed affidavit of posting in the file.
Yes, there is.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed at the property?
Yes, they do.
All right. And you talked about the trash and debris and the center, cleaning up to the center of the right-of-way. And I apologize if I missed it. Can you just tell us what you saw with respect to the excessive growth?
This particular property has been abandoned and neglected for a while, and it's got a lot of nuisance traffic in there. The grass alongside the side of the building right there, that little alleyway, and in the parkway in the front between the road and the sidewalk is severely overgrown with trash and debris scattered around everywhere, but most of the trash and debris is remnants of homeless people, animals, pets, whatever else is going on, and it needs to be cleaned up.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, have you had any contact at all with
I
the
have
owner?
not had any contact at all with this property owner.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any other documents relied upon.
So the building is uninhabited. Is it boarded up or is it just been abandoned?
It has a cage with a lock on it, but I don't see any. I drive by it almost every day, and I don't see any
traffic in there
or anything coming in and out, other than people that aren't supposed to be there.
People that are not.
Or stuff, you know. So yes.
Right. Okay.
As you can see in the pictures, there is the cage with a lock on it, bolted to the front door, and there's the fence on the other side is also locked.
Okay. All right, in case 22, CE 22-100138, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter into the record the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find based on the evidentiary case file and testimony of city staff that you do have good service via posting for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and the evidentiary case file as well as testimony of city staff that the respondents are in violation of section 18-106-A, 18-106-B, and 74-4-C-5. And I'll require respondents to comply within 10 days or be assessed a fine of $150 per day for each day that the violation continues to exist.
Number 19, 726 19th Street, CE 22110170.
Officer Underwood, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property 726 19th Street was initially cited on November 17th. Service was sent out November 18th, and City Hall and the property were posted November 18th. Certified mail was returned November 21st. I have not been in contact with this property owner, and the city is requesting 10 days or an abatement for this one. It was cited for unsecure property, failure to comply, boarding certificate, and painting boards. On the front door, as you can see, there's no door handle, so, and the door is usually propped open on that front door picture that we just saw. The side window in the front right there to the left is smashed out. Correct, there's no door handle there, and usually that door is propped out. There are strange people coming and going. Every day I see different people there, and sometimes that door is wide open, sometimes it's cracked, sometimes it's like that. There is no running water, and there is no electricity either.
Oh, wow. So it's squatters in there, not,
I would assume so, yes.
okay. That's the front still, right? All that's
Yes,
on the
that's the front
Okay.
door, correct. That's the front looking at the other side of it.
Okay.
That window right there to the left, right there is actually smashed out. There's no window on the
There's
inside
no
of that.
window,
You can see
okay.
the screen is still cut, but the window itself is smashed in.
It's gone, okay.
The same goes for the one in the rear on that side of the building also. There's other pictures in the file, on the other side. There's other pictures of it. It's under the events and inspections.
And that you don't have any record of a boarding, even application for a boarding certificate?
No, I do not. I haven't had any contact. There's no nothing.
Special Magistrate, I apologize for the interruption. For Mr. Underwood, I have a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes,
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
yes,
And you are asking for an abatement. In terms of this particular property, do you feel that this rises to the level of an attractive nuisance for not only vagrants, but also rodents or pests that could bring in dangerous situations or other disease?
correct.
And do you believe with regard to 18215B, failure to comply, that that also allows the city to potentially correct the violation if the owner does not do so within 10 days?
That's correct.
And is that the means to which you're requesting the health, safety, and welfare finding, and thus the ability to abate?
That's correct.
And do you believe that the alleged violations here do arise to the level of a health, safety, and welfare violation?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
All right, with that, in case CE 22110170, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter into the record the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. And just so I'm clear, the city's position is that Section 18-215-B sets up a 10-day compliance timeline, and then if the respondents don't comply, that section of the code gives you the authorization to abate.
That's the position. Mr. Joyce, could you come up and just read that into the record since you had it up? Do you still have it up on your phone?
Yes,
Were you sworn, sir, when I swore everybody in?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
I swore in when Teleo did.
Thank you.
So 18215B says the property owner shall correct the violation within 10 days or file an appeal to the special magistrate unless the property owner complies or files an appeal to the special magistrate. The city may correct the violation. The city shall bill the property owner for the expenses incurred in the correction of violation. If the bill is not paid Within 30 days, the unpaid cost shall become a special assessment lien equal to ad valorem taxes and superior to all other private rights, interests, liens, encumbrances, titles, and claims upon the property, and equal in rank and dignity with a lien for ad valorem taxes. The lien shall bear interest and may be foreclosed by the city. Assessments levied pursuant to this section may be certified to the tax collector for collection pursuant to the uniform method provided in Florida Statute 197.3632, or in the same manner as assessments for chronic nuisance service assessments.
Okay, thank you very much. So with the evidentiary case file in the record, I find that you have good service for this morning's hearing via affidavit of posting. I'll find that based on the testimony of city staff and the evidentiary case file that the respondents are in violation of sections 18-214B, 18-215B, 18-214A, and 18-265. I'll require the respondents to comply within 10 days or authorize the city to utilize section 18-215B to remedy the violations through abatement. I will find, based on the testimony of city staff, that this does, based on the gravity of the violations, rise to a health, safety, welfare issue. It's certainly an unsecured structure with no doorknobs and broken windows that is clearly being occupied by probably people who are not supposed to be there.
Special Magistrate, could you
Yes,
also find that the evidentiary file is accepted?
Yes, ma'am, I entered that in without objection as composite exhibit 1. And hopefully, my guess is you'll be doing abatement, given the looks of the property, but you certainly have the authorization to do that, should you need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 23608 Greenwood Avenue, CE 22090170.
Good morning, Jay Francis, City of West Palm Beach Code. 3608 Greenwood was cited on 9/19/22. Certified mail was sent on 9/20/22. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on 11/29/22. I have not been in contact with the property owner. This property was cited for garbage can placement, outside storage, and the driveway in disrepair. As of this morning, the property has come into compliance for the garbage can placement and outside storage. However, the driveway is still in disrepair. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 90 days for them to come into compliance. If they do not come into compliance, then the city is asking for $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Officer Francis, a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit also reflect that the notice was sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the alleged violation of 94-482A, could you please tell us what it is you observed that you believe qualifies as a alleged violation?
9242A? Yes, if we go back to the picture, the driveway when I first saw it was completely dirt. By the ordinance, it should be a smooth, non-dusting surface.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any other documents relied upon.
And can you go back to the mail documentation? Was the certified mail signed for? It looks like it was, yeah, signed for on 10/4, okay. All right, for CE 22090170, for the record, the respondent is not present. I will enter into the record without objection the city's evidentiary case file as a composite exhibit 1. I'll find, based on the evidentiary case file and testimony of city staff, that you have good service via signed green card and also posting. I'll find that the respondents were in violation of section 74-34-A-1-H and 94, -71-C, but have since complied. The respondents are still in violation of section 94-482-A, and I'll require the respondents to comply with that section within 90 days or assess a fine of $100 per day for each day that the violation continues to exist.
Number 21, 3602 Greenwood Avenue, CE 22090286.
J. Francis, City of West Palm Beach Code. 3602 Greenwood was cited on 9/26/22. Certified mail was sent on 9/30/22. In addition, both the property and City Hall was posted on 11/29/22. In this case, I have been in contact with the property owner. This property was also cited for driveway and disrepair. As of this morning, the property has not come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 45 days for them to come into compliance. If they do not, then the city is asking for $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Officer Francis, a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit of posting reflect that the notice was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation that you observed at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, could you please describe what it is you observed at the property that leads you to believe that there's a violation?
The driveway in this property as well was dirt, just like his neighbors. I've spoken to the property owner, and they advised me that they had planned to get the driveway done to make it smooth and not dusty.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any other documents relied upon.
All right, in case CE 22090286, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter into the record without objection the city's composite exhibit 1. I'll find, based on the testimony of city staff and the evidentiary case file, that you have good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find that the respondents, based on the photographs and the testimony of town staff, that the respondents are in fact in violation of section 94-485A, and I'll require the respondents to comply within 45 days or assess a fine of $100 per day for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 22 is rescheduled, 1068 36th Street, CE 22110106. Number 23, 538 28th Street, CE 22080154.
Good morning. Don Williams, Code Enforcement. This property, 538 28th Street, was cited on August 9th of 22. Certified mail sent on September 30th of 22. City Hall and the property posted 11/2 of 22. I cited this property for rental license was 22441 and certificate of use 22-32A. No contact with the property owners. My recommendation would be 30 days or $150 per day after that. This is a 3-unit rental property, and it just really need an inspection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Officer Williams, I apologize. My attention was with another case at the moment, so if I repeat something, I do apologize. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes.
And that affidavit reflects that the notice of violation was sent by certified and regular first-class mail?
Yes.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice was also posted at the property and at City Hall?
Yes.
Okay. And again, I apologize. You said it's a 3-unit, and you've not had contact, but there is, do I understand there is a rental application on file because we're just waiting on inspections?
Correct. Yes.
And does that application cover all 3 units?
It does.
Very good, thank you. And I believe there's a photograph of posting. Is that an accurate photograph of the posting for this particular property at 538 28th Street?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and the photograph, as well as any other documents, including the rental application.
Thank you. And CE 22080154, for the record, the respondent is not present. I will enter into the record the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find, based on the evidentiary case file and testimony of city staff, that you have good service for this morning's hearing via the affidavit of posting. I'll find that the respondents are in violation of section 22-441 and 22-32-A for having applied for but not having an inspection, so therefore not having a rental license or a certificate of use been issued. I'll require the respondents to comply with those sections within 30 days or assess a fine of $150 per day for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you.
Erica, we're recalling number 19, Todd's case.
I'm sorry, which number was that?
Number 19, 726 19th Street, CE 2211070.
Hi, Mark Joyce, Code Enforcement, right here. We did get an abatement on that, but we realized that there's a boarding certificate requirement too, that the city obviously does not abate. That has to be taken care of by the property owner. So we want to add on to that 30 days to obtain the boarding certificate, or $100 a day.
All right, for the record, I'm reopening case CE 22-110170. My previous order required compliance within 10 days. However, the city is requesting now for code section 18-265, a compliance deadline of 30 days or fine of, did you say 150? $100 per day. All right, so my ruling will be amended to reflect for sections 18-265 that the respondents comply with that section within 30 days or be assessed a fine of $100 per day. The remaining sections and the remainder of my ruling stand as previously ruled. Thank you.
Okay, number 241801 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, Superior Optics, CE 2209039.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. This property, or business, I should say, was cited on September 29th of 22. Certified mail was sent 9/30 of 22. The property was posted in City Hall of 10/20 of 22. I haven't had contact with the owner of that business. He have applied the application, so we're just waiting on the city to actually process the application. My recommendation would be 30 days to comply, or $150 per day after that.
That was 150?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Officer Williams, a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
And the photograph, is that an accurate photograph of the posting at this particular property?
Yes.
And this is a business tax receipt and a certificate of use for Superior Optics?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photograph, and any and all other applications and documents relied upon.
And just for the record, I see the posting there. What date did you post?
Posting date was October 20th of 22.
Okay, thank you. All right, in case CE 22090349, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find, based on the testimony of city staff as well as the evidentiary case file, that you have good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find that the respondents are in violation of sections 22-32-A and 82-144, and I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days or assess a fine of $150 per day for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 25 is complied, 580 Village Boulevard, Summit Risk Advisor, CE 221000406. Number 26, 580 Village Boulevard, number 225, Trident Title LLC, CE 221000410.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. This business was cited on October 27th of 22. certified mail mailed on 10/31 of 22. Property was posted in City Hall at 11/1 of 22. No contact with the business owners. I cited for a 82-144 business tax and 2232A certificate of use. My recommendation would be 30 days to comply or $150 per day after that.
Thank you. Officer Williams, is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
The photograph of posting, is that an accurate photograph of the posting for this particular address and unit and for Trident Title?
Yes.
And is Trident Title an ongoing and current business?
Yes, it is open, yes.
Very good, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photograph, and any and all other documents relied upon.
In case CE 22100410, for the record, respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find, based on the evidentiary case file and the testimony of city staff, that you have good service for this morning's hearing via signed mailing and also affidavit of posting. I will find, based on the photographs, or excuse me, based on the case file and the photographs and testimony of city staff, that the respondents are in violation of sections 22-32A and 82-144, and I'll require the respondents to comply within 30 days, or a fine of $150 per day will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 27, 407 49th Street, CE 22090099.
State of West Mutual Code Compliance, Robert Watkins. This property was cited on September 13th. Certified mail was sent September 13th. Certified mail was returned September 18th. City Hall was posted October 11th. This property was cited for excessive growth, garbage can placement, outdoor storage, and overgrowth of the yard. Remaining compliant violations are none of them. They're all still outstanding. The city is requesting 30 days at $150 per day after.
Thank you, Officer Watkins. A few questions. Does your file reflect an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
Was the notice of violation posted at the property?
Yes, it was.
The photographs that we're reviewing, are they a truthful and accurate depiction and representation of the alleged violations that you observed at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you please take a moment and describe for the magistrate the alleged violations that you observed?
Well, the garbage can placement is right there by the fence, as always, in the front, along with the recycle receptacles. There's a lot of outdoor storage of car parts and things stored similar to behind it. The excessive growth is all along the fence line on the east and west of the property, as well as the front swell.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs, and any and all other documentation relied upon.
In case CE 22090099, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll admit the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find, based on the testimony of city staff as well as the evidentiary case file, that you have good service via affidavit of posting. I'll find, based on the photographs and testimony of city staff, that the respondents are in fact in violation of sections 18-106B, 74-34-A-1-J, 74-4-C-3, and 94-71-C. And I'll require the respondents to comply within 30 days, or assess a fine of $150 per day for each day that the violation continues.
Number 28, 632 56th Street, CE 22090100.
City of West Mutual Code Officer Robert Watkins. This property was cited September the 13th. Certified mail was sent September 13th. Certified mail was received September 16th. Property City Hall was posted October 11th. This property was cited for excessive growth, garbage can placement, and outdoor storage. All of the violations are still remain outstanding. The city is requesting 30 days or $50 per day after.
Thank you, Officer Watkins. A couple of questions. Does your file contain an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes,
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed at the property?
Yes, it does.
And can you please take a moment to describe for the magistrate the alleged violations that you've observed?
Well, there's, as well in the other one, the garbage can is always out front. The tenants just moved out yesterday, so the property owner told me they were going to be cutting and everything to get it set for new tenants, but as you can see, the grass is high. They never cut it. There's things stored outside. Building materials were outside as well as the garbage cans.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documentation relied upon.
In case CE 22090100, for the record, the respondents are not present. I'll enter into the record the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find, based on the evidentiary case file and testimony of city staff, that you have good service for this morning's hearing via posting. I'll find, based on the photographs and testimony, that the respondents are in violation of sections 18-106B, 74-34-A-1-J, and 94-71C, and I'll require the respondents to comply within 30 days or assess a fine of $50 for each day the violation continues thereafter.
Number 29, 5600 Spruce Avenue, CE 22090284.
City of West Mutual Code Officer Robert Watkins. This property was cited September 26th. Certified mail was sent September 27th. Certified mail was received September 29th. City Hall was posted October 11th. This property was cited for contractor yard waste, obstruction of the right-of-way, oversized yard waste piles, parking requirements in reference to the pebble rocks, and yard waste out early. Compliant violations are all except for parking requirements. Remaining violations are the parking requirements, which are the pebble rocks that they have out front in the driveway. The city is requesting 50 days or $150 per day after.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Officer Watkins, does your file contain an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
Was the notice of violation posted at the property?
Yes, it was.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation at the property?
Yes.
And you indicated that the parking area is pebbled?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it, can you just clarify for the record, what is it about that parking area that you believe this is an alleged violation?
It's one of the parking services that aren't standard for the city. The pebble rocks actually go into the drainage. As you can see in some of the pictures, they seem to be running down the driveway once it rains, and this is one of the things that gets into the water with their filtrations, and it just messes up the machines, from my understanding. So that's one of the things that the city has set forward of not having as a parking area.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documentation relied upon.
And just so I heard you correctly, everything's complied except for the parking requirements, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And CE 22090284, I will enter the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find that you have good service via affidavit of posting and also a signed certified mailing. I'll find, based on the testimony and evidentiary case file, that the respondents were in violation of sections 74-35-B-1, 74-35-B-7, 74-4-C-6, and 78-1, but have since complied. I'll find that the respondents remain in violation of just section 94-482A, and I'll require the respondents to comply within 50 days or assess a fine of $50 per day for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 3636 56th Street, CE 22100200.
City of West Mutual Code Compliance, Robert Watkins. This property was cited October 17th. Certified mail was sent October 18th. certified mail was returned October 21st. City Hall was posted October 25th. This property was cited for excessive growth, paint, and oversized bulk items. Compliant violations were the excessive growth and oversized bulk items. The remaining violations is painting for the front of the home. The city is requesting 30 days at $150 per day after.
Was that 150?
$50.
$50, sorry. You're taller than your predecessor. Thank you.
Thank you. Officer Watkins, a couple of questions. Does your file contain an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
Was the notice of violation posted at the property?
Yes.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed at the property?
Yes, it does.
And with respect to, I believe you said the remaining alleged violation is for 18106G. Could you describe, please, for the magistrate, what you observed at the property?
Actually, right in front of the home at the main window, which seems to be like living room window, right below it, there's the mildew. You can see it when she goes through the images there. Right below the windows, there's also some by the front door and on the side as well when she goes through. Yeah, I see all, well, you can see it there. She zooms in all at the bottom, and there's some on the other side of the home too, on the east side.
And down at the bottom there by the grass?
Yep.
Is that, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documentation relied upon.
In case CE 22-100200, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter into the record the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find, based on the case file and the testimony of city staff, that you have good service for today's hearing via posting. I'll find that the respondents were in violation of sections 18-106B and 74-35C-1, but have since complied with those sections. I'll find that the respondents remain in violation of sections 18-106G and require respondents to comply within 30 days or assess a fine of $50 per day for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 31, 730 Bunker Road, CE 221-00007.
Good morning.
Morning.
Richard Pasmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on October 17th. Certified mail was sent out on October 17th as well. The notice was, certified mail was received October 24th. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on October 18th. At that time, I completed the affidavit of posting and turned it in. And on that affidavit, it indicates that it was also sent via first-class mail. This property was cited for trash and debris and unsanitary conditions on the property, fence maintenance, and a large amount of outdoor storage. I did have contact with the owner who was dealing with the tenant who caused all these issues. That was back when I first cited. I haven't had any further contact, but the property has been cleaned up significantly. And as of yesterday, the only remaining violation is the outdoor storage. There is still a carport at the rear that needs to be removed. And there's a washer and dryer that is visible to the public that needs to be screened. The city's recommending 30 additional days to comply that violation, or the city's asking for a fine of $150 a day until complied.
Thank you very much, Officer Pasmino. Just a couple of questions. The photographs that we've been reviewing, do those photographs truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations you've observed at the property?
Yes, they do.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all documentation relied upon.
And in case CE 22-100007, and just so I heard you correctly, the only outstanding violation is the outdoor storage, right?
Correct, yeah, 9471C.
Okay, thank you. I'll enter into the record the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find, and for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll find the respondents had good service for today's hearing via posting. I'll find based on the photos and testimony of town staff, or excuse me, city staff, that the respondents were in violation of sections 18-106A and 94-302-A-4, but have since complied. The respondents remain in violation of section 94-71C, and I'll require the respondents to comply within 30 days or assess a fine of $150 per day until compliance is achieved.
Number 32, 812 Briggs Street, CE 221000343.
Code Officer Richard Pazmino for City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on October 24th. Certified mail was sent out October 25th. It was signed, received October 27th. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on October 25th. At that time, I completed the affidavit of posting and turned it in. On that affidavit, it indicated that notice of violation, notice of hearing was also sent via first-class mail. This property was cited for chickens being kept in the yard of this property, exterior walls of the structure. There's rotten wood on the siding, cracked walls, the framing under the window, air conditioning units, and staining on the walls. A roof leak, ceiling leak in one of the apartments. It's actually an illegally apartment attached to the single-family home. Trash and debris on the property. Numbering requirements. There was a half address at this property, and it needs to be re-addressed, and the numbers correctly placed on the structures. Numbering requirements the numbers need to be visible from the street. Fence and wall maintenance. There's a wall on the property that is cracked, needs maintenance, and the chain link fence in the front of the property is in disrepair. Landscape maintenance. There's a large tree stump on the property that needs to be removed, and general landscape maintenance needs to continue. Debris cleaned up. Some of the vegetation closer to the street needs to be cleaned up. Parking requirements. The driveway at this property, it's a multi-unit property. It's in disrepair, it needs to be repaired. And outdoor storage. There is an extensive amount of outdoor storage on this property that needs to be cleaned up and removed. This case came about from the tenant in the illegal apartment that I was mentioning before. This property also has a case, an older case from 2012, that is running fines for pretty much everything I haven't cited. And it has been running a fine since May 8th of 2012. I've reached out to the owner. I sent the notice also via email, and the email address located on her business website that she has in Lake Worth, and sent it to her business address in Lake Worth. I've had no contact. The tenants, I've been in contact with them. There has been no changes at the property. The owner's not taking care of the property. They do have a homestead on the property, but that whole front single-family house, besides the apartment that's converted, is vacant and empty. That the city's having they're not working with us. They're not doing anything to take care of the property. With that being said, the city's recommending 30 additional days to comply these violations, or we're asking for a $500 day of fine, $500 a day fine until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, Officer Pazmino. Just a couple of questions. During your testimony, we've reviewed many photographs. Do those photographs truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed at the property?
Yes, they do.
And you talked you described what you have observed. The numbering, you talked about like it's supposed to have a half address, and is there an actual separate structure, or is it just one structure that has multiple units?
There's an apartment. The garage apartment has 2 units, and there's a single-family home. So I think that the garage apartment has a half address, and the city's moving away from half addresses. They need to be readdressed. So there's a hold on this property on our system,
Okay.
stating the half address needs to be readdressed.
So I believe you indicated that this address, 812 Briggs Street, it has an older case that is also running fines for, is it some or all of these specific violations?
Some of the older ones, like rental license. I want to say, I think I attached it in the case, but it's almost everything that I didn't cite. When I went out there and met with the tenants, there were a lot more issues, but I wasn't able to cite them since they're still running fines since 2012.
Okay, so in other words, this one, 14-1 farm animal, is that previously cited in running
No.
fines? Okay,
No,
so
that's a
all
new
of
one.
these
Yeah.
currently
Yeah.
are something totally different than the last case?
Yes, these are current and not.
Very good, very good.
Found
Thank
in-
you so much.
So just so I'm clear, so none of this is repeat violation, this is all
No.
first-time
Yeah,
violation?
Yeah, new violations.
Okay.
Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, the prior case documents referenced, and any and all other documents relied upon.
In CE 22-100343, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file without objection as Composite Exhibit 1. I'll find, based on testimony of city staff and the evidentiary case file that's been entered into the record, that you have good service for today's hearing via posting. I'll find, based on the photographs and verbal testimony of city staff, that the respondents are in violation of sections 14-1, 18-103-B, 18-105-D, 18-106-A, 78-6-2, 78-6-5, 94-302-A-4, 94-446-2, 94-482-A, and 9471-C. And I'll require the respondents to comply with those sections within 30 days or assess a fine of $500 per day for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 33, 4444 Washington Road, CE 221000437.
Code Enforcement Officer Richard Pasmino with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on November 7th. Certified mail was sent out on November 7th, and it was signed received November 9th. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on November 8th. Affidavit of posting was turned in, and on that it indicates that notice of violation, notice of hearing was also sent via first-class mail. This property was cited for trash and debris on the property, excessive growth of weeds and grass and trees hanging into the sidewalk, and so excessive growth of the grass and weeds, and then general overgrowth on the property. And for fence maintenance, there's a construction fence, and the screening is unmaintained, blowing in the wind and hanging into the sidewalk. I've had no contact with anybody from this property. The reinspection was set for November 28th, and on that date it failed. But as of Monday, December 5th, the overgrowth has been cut and corrected. So for violations 18106A, 18106B, and 74-4-C-3, the city's asking for a finding of fact on those violations. And as for the construction fence, the screening material has not been fixed. Nothing has changed. For that violation, the city is asking for 21 additional days to comply the violation, or we're asking for a $50 a day fine until compliance is achieved.
Thank you very much, Officer Pasmino. A couple of questions. Does your affidavit of posting reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
I apologize if I missed that before. As you're asking for a finding of fact on 3 of the alleged violations, what was the date in your notice of violation, which was the deadline for compliance?
November 28th, and on that day it failed. All violations failed.
Very good. Thank you. Special Magistrate, and the photographs, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations you've observed on the property?
Yes, they do.
Thank you so much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and any and all other documents relied upon.
In CE 22-100437, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter into the record the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find you have good service based on the testimony of city staff as well as the evidentiary case file via posting and signed mailing. I'll find the respondents were in violation of sections 18-106-A, 18-106-B, and 74-4-C-3. They were in violation and did not achieve compliance within the time frame specified in the notice of violation, but have since complied. So in essence, those are findings of fact, and I'll find that the respondents remain in violation of section 94-302-A-4, and I'll require the respondents to comply within 21 days or assess a fine of $50 per day for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 34, 5214 Garden Avenue, CE 221000438.
Code Enforcement Officer Richard Pasmino with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on October 7th. The certified mail was sent out, November 7th. It was cited. Certified mail was sent out November 7th, and that was signed received November 19th. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted November 7th. The affidavit of compliance was completed and turned in, and it indicates that the notice of violation and notice of hearing was also sent via first-class mail. This case is a repeat violation of Code Enforcement cases CE 21040451 and Code Enforcement case CE 18070511. The violations found to be repeat violations are clean and sanitary, trash and debris, the trash can being stored in public view, the landscape areas in the front yard. There must be grass. There's dead grass, and unpaved parking at the property. There was vehicles being driven over the sidewalk, driving across the grass and killing the grass, and parking on unpaved surfaces. I have been in contact with the son of the owner, who we went over the violations, went over the case, and as of November 29th, these violations have come into compliance, but with it being a repeat violation, the property was out of compliance since November 7th to November 29th, with a total of 23 days in violation. The city's recommending a fine of $100 a day for every day found out of violation, with a total fine of $2,300.
Thank you, Officer Pasmino. A couple of questions. You mentioned that you did an affidavit, but you inadvertently called it an affidavit of compliance.
Yep.
Is that an affidavit of posting you
Posting,
referred to?
yes, thank you.
And with respect to the underlying 2021 case and the underlying 2018 case, have both of those cases come into compliance, or were those in themselves findings of fact?
No, they were both complied within the ordered date.
Okay. Is there anything here that is in our current case that is not part of the repeat findings that you're requesting?
No, they're all repeat violations.
Okay, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the current case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents. Actually, let me ask you about photographs, sir. Photographs, in this particular file, those are truthful and accurate depictions and representations of the alleged violations you observed in this case. Is that accurate?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. So, Special Magistrate, I'd like to start over and submit as evidence in this file a copy of this case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, as well as a copy of the underlying 2021 and 2018 case documents of the notices of violation, affidavit of compliance, special magistrate orders, and any potential recorded liens. In addition, as well, submitting any other documentation relied upon for this case.
And just for the record, what was the date you posted the property?
I posted the property on November 7th.
And that was the same day you first observed the violations again on repeat?
Yes, yeah, I created the case and noticed it on that date as well.
On the same day. So
Yeah.
your testimony is that the violation recurred again on 11/7 through 11/29.
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right, CE 22-100438, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter into the record the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find, based on the evidentiary case file and testimony of city staff, that you have good service for today's hearing. I'll find that the respondents are in repeat violation of sections 18-106-A, 74-34-A-1-H, 94-442-C-1, and 94-482-A. I'll find that the respondents were in repeat violation of those code sections from November 7th through November 29th, a total of 23 days. And I'll assess a fine of $2,300 for each of those 23 days at a violation rate of $100 per day. So that fine amount is $2,300 and not continuing. And I'll issue that order. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Number 35, 4315 Chalmers Lane, CE 221001112.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On 10/14, the property at 4315 Chalmers Lane was cited for landscape maintenance, replacement of a dead palm. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted November 17th. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent October 14th. Certified mail was returned October 21st. On October 14th, I did come into contact with the new property owner because I had originally cited the old, and property did change hands. So on October 14th, I did speak with the new owner and explained what was required. I also went further to have her reach out to her homeowners association because they can present her with a plan to replace the said dead palm. As of November 17th, looks like they took it upon themselves to plant the incorrect material.
What did they, just before you continue, what did they plant, that little spirally thing or that little tiny palm tree?
Yeah, those are basically, what do you call, foxtails, but they won't grow past that height. So the landscape that's proposed for that in particular neighborhood requires a hardwood palm.
Okay.
So it needs to have the potential to grow to at least 10 feet.
Okay.
So that would never mature to 10 feet. Since I did have a conversation with the homeowner on November 17th at the time of posting, I did require them to give me a call so we can go over what is required. I have not been in contact with the owner since then. So city's recommending 45 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Officer McFarland, just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs that we reviewed, are they a truthful and accurate depiction of the alleged violations, or
Yes, ma'am.
violation, excuse me, that you observed? Can we just clarify for the record, the notice of violation, the notice of violation, was that to Serena Shrethra?
That is, yes, that is the correct new owner.
So Serena Shrethra.
Serena is the new owner.
I'm sorry?
Serena is the new owner.
Is the new owner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, and photographs, as well as any and all other documentation relied upon.
Thank you. And CE 22-100112, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find that you have good service for today's hearing via affidavit of posting. And I'll find, based on the photographs and the testimony of city staff, that the respondent's in violation of section 18-106-K. And I'll require compliance on the part of the respondent within 45 days, or assess a fine of $100 per day for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 36, 247 Bloomfield Drive, CE 221-00123.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On October 14th, the property at 247 Bloomfield Drive was cited for rental license and certificate of use. On November 17th, the property was posted. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent October 14th. Certified mail was signed for October 17th. I've been in contact with the property owner up to this morning. Their application is still in process. His intentions is to rent the property short-term. So a state license is required to rent short-term. So he's gonna need a little time to work on that said license. So with that being said, the city's recommending 45 days to bring the property into compliance, or $200 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Very quickly, Mr. McFarland, is your file contain an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that reflect that the notice of violation was also posted at City Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
And there's also up on the screen a printout of a posting for rental that you found?
Yep, that's the advertisement I found.
I'm sorry? I'm sorry?
That is a depiction of the advertisement I found.
And is that a up-to-date contemporaneous advertisement?
I did have a conversation with the property owner. His intentions is to rent the property short-term.
Thank you. The photograph of posting, is that an accurate photograph of posting at this particular property?
I'm sorry, repeat?
Is the photograph of posting an accurate photograph of posting
Yes, ma'am.
at this property?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photograph, the rental printouts, access from the internet, the rental application, and any and all other documentation relied upon.
And CE 22-100123, for the record, the respondent's not present. In terms of the city's timeline, to get a certificate of use and a rental license, that's a fairly quick. Is that a matter of?
Yeah, but the state license may take a little bit longer.
So that's why you're giving them
Yeah, that's why I'm
45 days.
extending it.
Okay.
And he did verbalize to me that the reason everything's being cut short because his wife is ill, so I'm taking that to account as well.
Okay, and you think that 45 days is sufficient for him to get that state license
More
and get
than
through
enough.
your system?
More than enough.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find you have good service via posting for today's hearing. I'll find the respondents are in violation of section 22-32A and 22-441, and I'll require them to comply within 45 days, or assess a fine of $200 per day for each day the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 37, 15103 Glenmore Drive, CE 221-00127.
Let's comply.
I'm sorry, that was complied?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Number 38, 1401 Village Boulevard, 1928, CE 221-00151.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On October 14th, the property at 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 1928, was cited for a rental license violation and certificate of use. The property was posted November 16th. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent October 14th. Certified mail was received October 17th. I've had no contact with the property owner. The property is being advertised for rent, as you can see in my case notes. So with that being said, city's recommending 30 days to bring the property into compliance, or $200 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Officer McFarland, does your file contain an executed affidavit of posting?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also posted at City Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
The photograph of posting, is that a truthful and accurate depiction of posting for this particular property?
Yes, ma'am.
And the advertisement to which you referred, is that a recent advertisement that you accessed on the internet?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that advertisement for this particular property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, advertisement, and any and all other documentation relied upon.
And CE 22-100151, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter into the record the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find you have good service for today's hearing via posting and receipt of the certified mailing. And I'll find respondents in violation of section 22-32A and 22-441 and require respondents to comply within 30 days or assess a fine of $200 per day for each day the violation continues thereafter.
Number 39, 1721 Village Boulevard, number 305, CE 221-00166.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On October 14th, the property at 1721 Village Boulevard, Unit 305, was cited for a rental license violation and certificate of use. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted November 16th. Certified mail as well as regular mail was sent October 14th. Certified mail was received October 17th. I've since been in contact with the property owner. The application has been submitted and processed, but the fees have not been paid and it has not been inspected. I did have a conversation with the property manager. I'm still waiting to get in contact with her to have the fees paid and the inspection arranged. So with that being said, the city's recommending 30 days to bring the property into compliance, or $200 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you, Officer McFarland. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
The advertisement on the screen, is that a internet advertisement for this particular address?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that an advertisement that you found on the internet recently?
No, but I did have a conversation with the property owner. Application's been processed, so they did not disclose that it is being rented. So with that discussion, I proceeded with the case.
Thank you. And the photograph of posting, is that a truthful, an accurate photograph of the posting of this particular property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photograph, application, advertisement, and any and all other documents relied upon.
And CE 22-100166, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter into the record the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find you have good service for today's hearing via posting and receipt of certified mailing. I'll find, based on testimony of city staff and the evidentiary case file, that the respondents are in violation of sections 22-32A and 22-441 and require respondents to comply within 30 days or assess a fine of $200 per day for each day the violation continues thereafter.
Number 40, 2100 45th Street, A3, CE 221-00274.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. The business at 2141 45th Street, Unit A3, was cited on October 19th for 22-401, window tinting, reduced or removed, address characters, 94110C6, signage requirements on windows to be reduced to 25% or fully removed. And 94-4, 02-B-2-3, string lighting. City's requiring that to be removed completely. The the business as well.
Before you go
as-
forward, I'm not seeing that last code section. What was that?
For some reason, not showing up on the agenda.
But it's
I
what,
don't know,
number
it cut
90?
it off. But it's there.
It's on the next page.
Oh, I see it right at the very top. Got it, thank you.
Yeah. City Hall, as well as the business, has been posted November 17th. Certified mail, as well as regular mail, was sent to the business as well as the property owner. Certified mail was received on October 22nd. I have been in contact with the business owner as well as the property owner. I did meet with the business owner's manager on November 17th at the time of posting. We did go over how to bring the business into compliance. With that being said, city's recommending 30 days to bring the property into full compliance, or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Officer McFarland, is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And are the photographs that we've reviewed, are they a truthful and accurate depiction of the alleged violations that you've observed at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to the string lights, do they have to be removed? Can they be permitted? Do you know?
They need to be removed.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documentation relied upon.
And CE 22-100274, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter into the record the city's evidentiary case filed as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find you have good service for today's hearing via posting and also receipt of the certified mailing. I'll find, based on the testimony of city staff and the photographs in the evidentiary case file, that the respondents are in violation of sections 22-401, 78-6, 94-110-C-6, and 94-402-B.2-3, and I'll require the respondents to comply within 30 days or assess a fine of $100 per day for each day the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 48, 318 North Sapadilla Avenue, CE 22090250.
Has complied.
Number 49, 1315 Ninth Court, CE 22090275.
Officer Lester, West Palm Code. Certified mail was returned to us on 10/16/2022. Property in City Hall was posted on 11/17/2022. I spoke with the property owners on 11/21/2022, and they've asked for 90 days or $100 to comply as follow: landscape maintenance, certificate of use, rental license, garbage, debris, and overgrowth, numbering standards, and landscaping, installing grass, and unpaved parking, having the driveway resurfaced or replaced, and outdoor storage. That's what I'm asking for.
Thank you, Officer Lester. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you take a moment to describe to us what you observed at the property that you believe rises to the level of violations?
The property is in need of landscaping. Landscape maintenance, is just part of it, but it needs to actually be landscaped. And needing of the certificate of use and rental license, and there's always debris, as you can see in that photo, and outdoor storage. The numbering standards were posted on the property, but if you sit at the road, you actually can't see it from the road. They're either too small or need to be painted into another color. You have to get right up on them to see them. The driveway needs to be either replaced, resurfaced, and that is primarily why she's asking for the extra time to obtain permits, get a person to install the driveway. So that's one of the reasons why they're asking for the time. The outdoor storage, again, is the, look like it's some kind of pallets, maybe furniture pallets, or I'm not sure what the pallets are. And I'm not sure what that is that's covered up in the back, and some, I'm assuming those are toys out front. And unpaid parking, we can see the unpaid parking.
Okay. Thank you. Just in relation to the landscape maintenance, is it a function of keeping the bushes and things cut and the ground cut, or is there something else going on?
Well, first installing landscaping, but the grass and the weeds that are there now, they're always not being maintained. It's sparse for the grass and the weeds, but they usually are overgrown. So maintenance is what I'm asking for, a requirement on that.
Are you continuing to see the parking on the unpaved portions of the yard?
Yes, because that one single driveway is not sufficient. And I'm hoping that they add more driveway once they get into that part.
And in talking with the owners, did they confirm that this is being rented?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documentation relied upon.
Thank you. And CE 22090275, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter into evidence the city's evidentiary case file without objection as Composite Exhibit 1. I'll find you have good service for today's hearing via posting. I'll find, based on the testimony of city staff as well as the photographs and evidentiary case file, that the respondents are in violation of sections 18-106-K, 22-32A, 22-441, 74-4, 78-6-1, 94-442-C-1, 94-482-A, 94-485-E, and 94-71-C, and require the respondents to comply within 90 days or assess a fine of $100 per day for each day the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 51, 915 South Magonia Circle, CE 221-00092.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Cert mail was returned to us on 10/17/2022. City Hall and property was posted on 11/16/2022. I have spoke to the owner and son that resides at the property. They've asked for 60 more days or $100 per day for the following. Safe egress, and that is because they have shutters on bedroom windows. It has to be egress from at least one window in a bedroom, and the bedroom windows are all shuttered up. Those are shutters that you have to open from the outside. So at least one on per bedroom has to be opened. Clean and sanitary condition, and that was pertaining to power washing, sidewalk, and driveway and roof. But they've informed me that they are going to put a new roof on, and that's why they are asking for the 60 days to get everything lined up, get the permits, and get the new roof. And the numbering standards are in compliance, and that's the only part that came into compliance, the numbering standard, the 915.
What about the location, numbering location?
Excuse me?
Numbering location?
That all
That's
came into
complied?
compliance.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Officer Lester, is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations you've observed at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documentation relied upon.
Can I see that affidavit of posting? Yeah, okay, you posted on 11/16. Okay, and CE 221002, 092. For the record, respondent is not present. I'll enter into the record the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find you have good service via affidavit of posting on the property. I'll find that the respondents were, based on the testimony of city staff as well as the evidentiary case file and the photographs, that the respondents were in violation of sections 78-6 and 78-6-2, but have since complied. I'll find that the respondents remain in violation of sections 18-100 and 18-106-A and require compliance within 60 days or assess a fine of $150 per day for each day the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 52, 1000 South Magonia Circle, CE 2210094.
Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Cert mail was returned to us on 10/17/2022. Property and City Hall was posted on 11/16/2022. I have spoke with the owner on 10/31/2022. He's asked for 60 more days or $100 per day for the violations as follow. He was cited for foundation wall. There were holes in the walls around the windows. There's an exterior window that's broken. Clean and sanitary condition of cleaning of roof and sidewalk, and painting of home, garbage can placement, landscaping of swell, and unpaved parking. The violations that are in compliance are the holes around windows, the walls no longer have holes, the painting of the home, the garbage can placement, the swell siding, and the unpaved parking. The outstanding violation is clean and sanitary condition of roof and sidewalk and the exterior broken window. I'm asking for the 60 days or $100 per day.
Thank you, Officer Lester. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And the photographs that we've been reviewing, do those truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documentation relied upon.
In CE 22100094, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find you have good service via posting for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the testimony of city staff and the evidentiary case file, that the respondents were in violation of sections 18-103-B, 18-106-G, 74-34-A-1-J, 94-442-E, and 94-482-A, but those sections have since complied. I'll find that the respondents remain in violation of sections 18-103-E and 18-106-A, and require the respondents comply within 60 days or assess a fine of $100 per day for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 53, 9016 Street, CE 221000128.
Officer Luster, cert mail was signed on 10/17/2022. Property was posted in City Hall on 10/21/2022. I have spoke with the owner of the property on 11/18/2022. He's requested 60 more days or $100 per day for the following: obtaining permits, proper permits for air conditioning units and fencing, repairing of roof, walls, and foundation for as screening of the soffit, excessive growth, painting of building, littering, trash and debris, garbage can placement, overgrowth, trash and debris, obstructing public right-of-way, and numbering standards. Okay. And the following, all violations except for the numbering standards are still out of compliance. So I'm asking for the 60 days or the $100 per day. He's really needing the time for obtaining the permits for the air conditioning. That's the major one, because, installed air conditioners with no permit, so it's gonna
And
take
you
a
said
minute.
everything's out except for numbering color?
Exactly, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Officer Lester. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations you've observed at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
With respect to the fencing, the photographs had a couple of different fences. Which one are you referring to?
All of it. The wood and chain link.
Thank you very much. And you talked about is there trash and debris on the property?
Constantly.
And you talked about needing to power wash the sidewalks and driveway?
Yes, ma'am.
And you found the grass and weeds to be over 6 inches and
Constantly.
Being overgrown.
Mhm.
You've observed vehicles blocking the public sidewalk?
Yes, ma'am. Park
And
right on them.
Is that still occurring?
Yes, oh yes, daily. I mean, I could go by there any given part of the day and it's a vehicle parked on top of the sidewalk in front of that unit.
Thank you. And is the trash can visible to the public?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's still occurring?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the notice of violation, a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documentation relied upon.
Is that the affidavit of posting there?
I should say posting.
What day did you post, ma'am?
I posted on 11/21/22. Should say posting on one of the pictures. There's a posting.
Okay. And it looked like that other document was assigned, signed certified mailing.
Yes, ma'am.
So in CE 22-100128, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file without objection as composite exhibit 1. I'll find that the respondents, based on the testimony of city staff as well as the evidentiary case file, that the respondents were in violation of section 78-6-4, but have since complied. However, the respondents remain in violation of sections 105.1, 18-103-B, 18-106-A, 18-106-B, 18-106-G, 18-106-I, 74-34-A-1-J, 74-4, 74-4-C-3, and 78-1. And I'll require the respondents to comply within 60 days or assess a fine of $100 per day for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you.
54, 1324 7th Street, CE 221-00176.
Officer Luster, cert mail was returned to us on 10/22/22. City Hall, and property was posted on 11/15/2022. Asking for 30 more days or $100 per day for the following. Obstruction of right-of-way, which is a hedge was overgrown into the sidewalk. Cleaning up from property right-of-way to 1/2 of easement. Cutting back the obstruction of the hedge at the sidewalk, and clean the sanitary conditions of power washing driveway and sidewalk, and overgrowth. What has complied is the obstruction of the right-of-way. They did cut the tree back, so that'll cover the 74-4C4 and the 78-1, and that's it. The other remaining violations are still outstanding.
So they did the hard stuff.
Yeah,
Again,
at least they got it off the sidewalk.
at least they did something.
Yeah, that is something.
Thank you. Officer Lester, is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had any contact with the property owner?
No.
And with respect to 74-4C5, cleaning up to the center of the right-of-way, what is it that you've observed with respect to that particular alleged violation?
That one would pertain to mostly the easement, which is in the rear of the property. The easement, which is in the rear of the property, they need to just maintain half of that easement.
So that's in regards to any grasses or weeds or overgrowth
yeah.
in that area. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Mhm. And overgrowth is the rear of the yard, they still have not cut it. That's still severely overgrown. And the power washing of the driveway sidewalk.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documentation relied upon.
And CE 22-100176, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the testimony of city staff and the evidentiary case file, that you have good service via posting. I'll find respondents were in violation of section 74-4-G-4 and 78-1, but have since complied. And I'll find that the respondents remain in violation of section 74-4-C-5 and 18-106-A, and require the respondents to comply within 30 days or assess a fine of, did you say $100?
Yes, ma'am.
Or assess a fine of $100 per day for each day the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
I'm guessing number 55's complied.
Ms. Valerie, 55 is complied.
55605 3rd Street, CE 2210.
Complied.
Complied.
And that completes the agenda, first part of the agenda.
All right, so you're ready to proceed with the reduction hearings? Is that correct? That's fine, whatever you need is fine. So we'll take a recess until city staff is ready. Convene the special magistrate hearing. We'll now tend to the reduction hearing scheduled for today, December 7, 2022. I'll turn it to the city.
Erica, are we calling a case?
To swear everyone in,
Okay, we can do that, yeah.
introduction.
I'm sorry, I'll go ahead and do that. The point well taken. Those of you who are here for the fine reduction hearings, can you all stand up if you're here to speak on any of today's agenda items? I'm sorry for missing the swearing in. Thank you for the correction. Can you all raise your right hands for me? Do you all swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
First case, number 1-870 Marina Del Rey, number 6, CE 191200003.
You want to come right here?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Your name for the record, sir?
T.J. Cunningham, Jr.
And your relation to the property?
I'm the property owner.
Oh my God. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, he got this one.
Good afternoon, Mark Joyce, Code Enforcement. This property for CE 191200003, 870 Marina Del Rey Lane 6, was cited for 105.1, 110.1, and 110.3, which is basically work without permits or inspections. It was ordered on February 19th of 20 to comply by March 20th of 20. The fine started on March 21st of 20. It was a daily fine of $50. It ran for 795 days. Current fine is $39,750. The comply date was on May 25th of 22. The city is asking for 25%.
May I reply?
Yeah, go ahead, sir. So this is the part of the program where you get to explain to me why the reduction should be granted.
That's fine. Special Magistrate, I've never received any notice of this particular violation, stop work, permit, anything. This has come to my attention as of April 1st, when I was beginning to refi my property. I attempted to refi my property. And as a result of a search, I was informed that, number one, there was a lien. So that's how I know about this. Number two, there's no certified mail, there's no first-class mail, because I don't receive mail at this address. All of my mail goes to 1897 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard. If I can approach, I can show you my tax documents, where it shows that my tax bill goes to 1897 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard. I can show you my driver's license to also show you that everything, I don't go, matter of fact, if you try to send me mail at that address, it's gonna say rejected, empty. So there's no certified mail that I've ever received, no first-class mail that I've ever received.
So whatever documentation you have, if you could show it to the city attorney first.
Absolutely.
So why don't you hand me the documents? and then go back to the podium, and then we'll get from the city attorney, and I'll give these back to you when we're all done. Your driver's license is fine, that's not relevant, to this. So wait till he approaches the podium, Madam City Attorney, and then we'll get back to it.
Special Magistrate, there's no objection to the documents. You know, I'm looking into the notice, but Papa has the mailing address as 870 Marina Del Rey Lane, Unit.
The Papa is showing the mailing address is the same as the address of the property appraiser.
Well, number one, I can reply to that because number one.
Speak a little bit
Okay,
more
I'm sorry.
directly into the microphone. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Well, can I ask a question, if you don't mind? Because I've never got that notice posted to my door, and I want to see a copy of it, that it was posted.
Well, this was a building division case. So, I mean, we're not rehearing the
Yes,
case.
so, sir, go back to the podium. So unfortunately, the issue is that anytime that the city brings a case to a hearing, you've been sitting in the audience for quite some
Right.
time. You've heard me in every case say that
I
I
have.
found proper notice for the hearing. So
Right.
that is determined at each hearing. And as he's saying, the state law requires the city to send notice to the addresses on file with the tax collector and the property appraiser. He's got documentation, and it was just popped up here on the screen, that the property appraiser address is the 870 Marina Del Rey. So,
I've changed that.
but in 2020, was that
No,
changed?
I changed that before then, but I had a slight problem because of Homestead. And I had this issue with Homestead, and I changed it out to Homestead because they tried to send something to that property. I didn't get my Homestead exemption. I had to go back to Homestead, and I had to show them the documentations that I get everything at this, and they reversed everything.
Right.
And so that was the only issue, and it should have been changed with there, because I told them, hey, I get no mail at that property.
Yeah, and see, unfortunately, that's not the city's issue, that's the property appraiser's issue. So,
well,
the good news is, it sounds like the city is willing to reduce the lien. Unfortunately, as the city has indicated, I can't relitigate the merits. You have an appellate right for each order that you're
I just have to
issued.
file appeal, yeah.
Right,
Okay.
so if you had an issue with service, you have to appeal within a certain time frame. So I can't relitigate here today whether or not you had proper service. I am looking at documents which suggest that you did. So, again, if there was an issue with property appraiser not adjusting their files, that's not the city's problem, and I'm sorry to say it that bluntly, but they're required by law to send it to addresses that are reflected on these various entities' websites.
Right, but had I known, I had notice, I would have taken care of this immediately, but I've never got the notice, and that's why this fine was so,
Do you live at that property?
I live at that property.
At
Yes, I do.
870?
Yes, and the only reason, like I told you, I know if you read that email, is because when I was refinancing, they told me it was a lien on it for $36,000. I was like, what? I was shocked. Work was already performed or anything, and so I had no idea.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Special Magistrate Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement with the City of West Palm Beach. How you doing? As you've stated, the stop work order that's on the file, that's what they would post at the property, the building inspectors, to let you know that there's a violation as well, send a notice right after. So it was posted, as you can obviously, at the actual location. So as far as service, as the manager, Mark Joyce, stated, we're not here to rehear the case, but it was done based on law that governs code enforcement. We did post the property, so.
Well, I didn't get it, and
We
Special
understand.
Magistrate, I do live in a townhome community, gated community, which they do landscaping all the time. They blow around the door, so if it was posted, they could have blown it off. I never received it though, because I wouldn't have let it got this far, because I'm responsible with all my properties. I would have paid whatever the fee was. I think it was, whatever the permit was, would have been paid. But the only reason it wasn't paid, because I didn't know about it. So I just want you to take that in consideration of when you assess my, reduce my fee, my lien.
What was the violation? It was
It was for
Air
failure to
conditioning.
secure a building permit.
Oh, for AC equipment, I see.
The AC equipment and not getting the proper inspections to get that signed off on.
And sir, when did you find out about the violation?
On that letter that I gave you, April 1st
Of 2022?
of 2022.
And you complied it within,
I jumped on it immediately, but by the
Virtually 2
time, I
months.
think I filed in, I think it was completed in May.
Yeah, our records indicate that this property was complied in May 25th, 2022, as, I guess that's when the lien reduction and stuff was submitted, and we went and looked at our records and stopped the fines.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does the city have any response to what they've heard from the respondent today?
Yes, just to clarify the record, Monique, if you can put that back on that we saw. The case documents do show that the pop-up printout at the time of all the case documents for the notice of violation, et cetera, right there. That is the pop-up printout showing that as the mailing address, the 870 Marina Del Rey. There's also an affidavit of posting which shows that it was sent by certified regular, as well as posting the property in City Hall. The city would allege, or the city's posture is that notice was good and valid.
I got one response, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
If your certified mail was rejected.
Speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry. If certified mail was returned, none signed, to whom would that gone back to?
Well, that came back to us, and we do have a record of that. However, per the statute and ordinance, even if certified comes back, when you do also regular and posting City Hall and posting the property, and we do have the affidavit of posting to reflect that, that is good statutory notice.
Just one more question. Do you have a copy of the return receipt?
Of the
It
return.
showed on the screen. It's the
It's on
yellow
the
thing that
case.
goes on the envelope. But
Yeah,
again,
you
I
just
don't.
don't have the actual
But
copy
special-
where it may have been written on there that, hey,
Hold on
nobody's
one
at
second.
this address.
In this particular digital file, I don't believe we have a copy showing right now of the
Return
receipt.
receipt. What about a
The
copy?
receipt, but there is we do have hard copy files. Let's see what we do have here.
And also, what about a copy of the first class letter that have gone out that should have been returned back to you guys that said
No.
nobody's?
No, there's.
Go ahead, I'm
Sorry.
sorry, Senator.
I apologize. Our letters are tracked, and just because the certified mail is sent out, like we said, we try to cover all aspects of notice, posting, certified mail, regular mail, even posting City Hall. So just because one gets sent back does not mean that we did not properly serve you. And as you can see from the property appraisers, which is what we use to determine your address, it states 876 Marina Del Rey, Lane 6 as your address at that time.
As per that receipt that you pulled up just previously.
Yeah.
It reflected return to sender, undeliverable.
But what she's saying is that they also posted the property. So they posted the notices to the property. But I'm not relitigating today
Okay,
the notice.
that's
That was
fair.
found by the special magistrate in 2020 to have been sufficient. You had an appellate right. I don't know whether you utilized it, but I know. But unfortunately, what they did flash on the screen is that you had a stop work order posted on the door. The notice was likely also posted on the door. So I'm not going to relitigate that today. I do understand, and I would encourage you and anybody who's in the room as a homeowner, you should Google yourself, as they say. Check your property regularly to make sure that these things don't occur without you knowing. Because it is important, and in this case, you know, the lien has come up to almost $40,000, and that's a significant amount of money. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to return these documents to you. I'll admit them into the record without objection by the city. However, I will again reflect that we're not relitigating today's, service on whether you had adequate service at the prior hearings. That's not what's before me today. What's before me today is why the lien should be reduced. All I've heard so far is that you didn't know about it. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
Yeah, I didn't know about it. Once I was placed on notice by this, I took care of this place immediately. As you probably know, some red tape going through. It was already installed. I didn't remember the person who installed it, so I had to get somebody else to file for a permit to get it taken care of. That took a little time. Other than that, it would have been done immediately. Would have been done faster than the 30 days than it was. So, also, I'm just getting here. I've been attempting to take care of this since August. I'm sorry, not August, but April. I've been trying to take care of this, and I'm.
What do you mean by trying to take care of? Get on an agenda?
Get on the agenda. Yes, I've been trying to get on the agenda for several months, and so that's why I'm finally here. And it's taken a while, and so therefore I want you to take that into consideration, that intent was not used to belinger the property on and not take care of the responsibility, what should have been taken care of. And what I'm trying to tell you is that I take care of my responsibilities, my properties. Would have been taken care of, would have come this far had I known. I just didn't know.
I certainly appreciate that, and I do appreciate the fact that you remedied the violation rather quickly once you were made aware of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to get myself in trouble with the city, but I'm going to give you an additional reduction based on, in addition to what they've said. I'm going to reduce the fine from $39,750 to $4,000 payable within 30 days.
Can I get a little more time to that? I'm no longer refinancing the property anymore because the interest
45,
rates-
do you get 45, will that work?
Could I get 60?
60
'Cause
days.
that has to come out my pocket.
$4,000 within 60 days. And just be on notice that if you do not pay within that time frame, it does revert back to the original lien amount. So
Can I, is it possible, can I get 90 days then?
I gave you a big reduction, so 60 days. Make it happen, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, here's a copy of your order, Mr. Cunningham. Behind you. Number 2, 1401 Village Boulevard, 2216 CE 19050288.
Erica, which number?
Number 2.
Thank you.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. KCE 190500288 was cited on May 14, 2019 for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. The property was taken to hearing on February 19, 2020. Magistrate gave an additional 30 days or $200 a day to achieve compliance. The property failed to comply with the magistrate's order and was out of compliance for 995 days, resulting in a lien amount of $199,000. The applicant was the cause of the violation. The city is seeking 25%.
Your name's for the record?
My name is Pilar Puente, and I'm the broker representing the sale of this property, and the property owner, Mr. Angelo Monchi, is here with me, so I'm helping as his representative and also for translation purposes, although I pretty much can expose the entire case.
Okay. So you've heard the city's position. This is the part of the hearing where you get to explain to me why the fine, which is rather significant, should be reduced.
Your magistrate, the property owner, is national from Venezuela, and he has been in his country attending to several issues. The political situation of the country really kept him from being able to come to the States as often as he would like to. And it was not until late when he realized, it was actually when we put the property for sale, and during the title search, it came up that he has such a large lien, and that's when the whole process started. So in essence, he was just unable to fly to the States. He was not aware until the property was actually put up for sale. And he has been having a lot of financial difficulties because of the political situation he's been having in his country. The HOA is behind. This is the reason why we are putting this property for sale, so that it can help him overcome several issues that he's facing now, primarily because of the situation that he's going through in his country with much of his asset.
And so is this a rental property then?
He owns it, and it was an investment property. It is vacant now, and we have it both for sale and for rent to see if, at least while it sells, with the proceeds from rental, he can pay his HOA, pay whatever it is he has behind.
Okay. And what is this paper that you handed me?
The property appraiser is just
showing. Okay.
the
Ownership.
property,
Okay.
the price and everything.
So what the city is saying is that they would be willing to reduce this, correct me if I'm wrong, to 25% of the lien? Is that what you're requesting? Payment of
Ma'am.
roughly $49,750?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that's rather generous for something that was a rental property. What's your response?
Can you repeat the number that they're reducing it to?
Yeah, the city has indicated that they're willing to reduce the fine from $199,000 to $49,750. That's a 75% reduction.
Ellos están ofreciendo una reducción de 75%, dejándolo en casi $50,000. Yo voy a explicar que eso todavía es bastante. Yeah. Yeah, the owner is still, he has a mortgage of $150,000 on the property, And as a matter of fact, he's hoping that he can pay this from the proceeds of that sale, not because he necessarily has the funds. $49,000 will still be a little bit too high for his reality right now. And like I said, the situation is facing sometimes not being able to leave the country when he does have to go back to attend to the issues he has there. It's pretty significant to him, to be honest.
Yeah, so unfortunately, this one is a tricky one because it's not, you know, if you were standing before me and this was your property that you lived in, I would be more sympathetic. This was something that you were using to generate profit. And also I'm a little, I guess, unsure as to why he had to come back to the country to resolve the issues. Most of this stuff can be done by either online or via mail, so his appearance in this country was not required to solve the code enforcement problem. The difficulty I have is that it's not the city's problem that he can't get back into the country and can't address these from wherever he is. So I think I'm honestly a little surprised that the city's willing to reduce it so much. Again, I don't think it's the city's issue that he couldn't address the problem, and it was out of compliance for what, almost 1,000 days, I think is what the code enforcement officer said. That's a long time for something to go unaddressed.
I completely understand, and I'm just stating to you the facts. I'm not gonna say something I don't know, so I completely understand what you're saying, and you certainly are raising very valid points. The reality is that he was just not in the country, and he was just not made aware until title search started when the
And
whole
flagged
sale
it,
of the
yeah,
property. So,
yeah.
I mean, there's nothing else I can tell you. I'm certainly not gonna sit here and make up a story that's
No,
just
I appreciate your honesty and your
that's just what it is,
transparency.
and I'm very grateful. It is a significant reduction. I can't argue that either. It's without question. The reality is that he has an $150,000 mortgage on this property. It was bought with the intent of making it a rental profit.
What's the value of the property?
For profit. The value of the property is right now $205,000. And we are on the contract for $195,000. So, I mean, it's just, it really, and please don't take me wrong, we are beyond grateful. But the math, it's what it is. It's just, I really don't know
Yeah,
how
but
to-
unfortunately, the math doesn't take into consideration the rent that was received for the duration of his ownership.
When it was rented.
Right,
It wasn't rented for most of the time because, like I said, he was not even in the country. And I am only assuming, and it's something I'm gonna ask him actually when I leave here, I don't know who his property manager was. I manage, myself, I manage a large portfolio. I've actually been here on other properties. The inspector knows me, many members of your panel know me. We are very much on top of this, so I really don't understand who and why who was taking care of this property before
Right.
until he involved me, at which point this property started. But I understand, and I am extremely grateful. Please don't take me wrong. It's just the situation that he has. It is what it is.
Okay. So in case CE 1905028, anything further from the city in response?
No, we're good.
Okay. I'm gonna grant a reduction. I'm gonna reduce it to $40,000 payable within 60
I
days.
appreciate your magistrate.
I'll give you an additional reduction over what the city's requested. So that'd be $49,000 payable within 60 days. And just as I stated to the other respondents, if you don't pay it within the 60 days, the fine amount does revert to the original amount. So get it paid so that you can
I
get done
will,
with it.
like I said, we are hoping to pay this from the proceeds of the
Right.
sale, and it should happen within 60 days. Is there, and I don't think there will be a problem, and I've never had this situation before, so I have no choice but to ask, if for some reason the sale of the property extend, can we get an extension?
No, my order today will be 60 days.
60
So,
days, okay,
yeah, do
so-
whatever you need to do to make it happen, because that's a
I will
significant
explain.
reduction, and you wouldn't want to miss the opportunity.
I will explain that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Special magistrate, is it 40 or 49?
40,000.
40,
40,
thank you.
yes, ma'am.
No sé si entendiste todo lo que digo, pero te explico cuando salgamos. I translated everything, so it is what it is. We will clearly try that is.
And he'll get a piece of paper. I think the town staff or the city staff is going to give you a piece of paper that reflects the same.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 3, 925 30th Street, CE 21070091.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. Case CE 210-70091 was cited on July 12, 2021 for exterior paint, garbage can placement, home occupation advertisement, and prohibited vehicles. The property was taken to hearing on August 18, 2021. The property was given 30 days or $100 a day to achieve compliance. Property was out of compliance for 234 days, resulting in a lien amount of $23,400. The applicant is the cause of the violation. City is seeking 25%.
Your names for the record, please.
Brian Janney.
Monty Gaston.
Thank you. So you've heard what the city is asking. This is the point where you get to explain to me why the fine amount should be reduced?
Yes, we were in Oregon dealing with some family matters at the time, and Ray was the code enforcer who I dealt with on a regular basis, dealing with other stuff in the neighborhood, so we would call and text each other. When there was a complaint about the property, Ray had called me and we spoke on the phone about the garbage can and about the vehicle, and we got those resolved. And I have text messages where I said, "Thank you, Ray, for calling me first."
I'm sorry, can you speak a little more into the microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Please?
So we had a communication back and forth because he knew I was out of the state. And because we were out of the state, we had rented the property out. And after that, he said everything was resolved because all we knew about was the vehicle and the garbage can, which was easy to resolve. So we went about our business, and I thought everything was fine. And then May of this year, we closed on another property, and the title company said, "Do you have a property in Northwood?" And I said, "Yes." He says, "You know you have a liens against your property," and we knew nothing about it. So we immediately called the city. I called Ray. Ray said he no longer worked for the city and that he had left shortly after this incident. So I talked to the co-compliance people, and I think J.R. Francis came out, and I said, "Well, what's the problem?" And he said, "Well, the garbage can," and he mentioned something about paint, and he didn't even know what the paint problem was. He said, "I'm not really sure what this is," but he says, "Maybe it's the barrel tile that it's moldy." And I said, "Okay." Well, immediately the next day, we pressure cleaned the roof, and we also did the sidewalk and everything just to make it look good. And he came out and verified that it had complied. So I think at that point it had stopped the fines. And then, we tried to work. I thought we could just make it go away, but he said, "No, we have to go through this process to work through it." And he says, "Well, you had been mailed information," or, he explained, and we had never received anything because we had never, David who was staying there, he'd never gotten any mail for us at that location. So we complied, we did everything, and so we thought that we were in good standing. So basically, we were just asking for the reduction based on the fact that we weren't aware of the whole situation. And in the past, I always worked with Joe on the chronic properties. I worked with Ray in the neighborhood. We always kept our property looking perfect. So it was kind of shocking that we were in this situation. So.
And the date that it was posted, it says that it was posted July of 2020, but the text message conversation is a reflection from June 25th, 2020, between Brian and Ray. And so for us, that gives us that makes us assume that everything was fine based on the text message thread. But given that this has been posted and we're moving forward and we're at this point now, we're just concerned because we weren't made aware. And so we did make a request for the documentation that everything was sent, but we were told it could take 4 to 6 weeks. And so we did think about hiring legal counsel because we are out of town, and so we handle our properties throughout Oregon, California, and Florida, but our family members are in Portland, Oregon, and so those are the people that we go to take care of, which led to us to rent the property out.
Okay. And how long were you out? You don't live in Florida anymore? You live out there permanently?
No, ma'am.
We live here.
And so we actually left last week and we returned on Monday this week, so we can make it to court today, and then we leave Friday, going back out to Portland.
Okay. So I guess, and I'll say this again to you guys. I said it to the previous people, to the first people, but if you don't live in the state and you have property in the state, or you don't live at the address that you're managing property, make sure all of your mail is going to where you want to get it. It is not the city's problem that you don't get your mail and that you don't live here. That they have to operate within the confines of the state statute.
Right.
So you coming here and saying you didn't know about it because you don't live here and you rent the property, that puts me in a little bit of a bind, because that's not, I shouldn't penalize the city for the fact that you don't know or get your mail, or your tenant doesn't give you mail that's posted. That's not the city's issue.
No, I understand, but we have text messages that show that Ray, we were on a text and call basis, and I thanked him for not writing up any paperwork, and he said, no problem, safe travels, and it's like, so we had this relationship, so I felt safe that we took care of the problem, and it was resolved. And so I understand what you're saying about the mail, but in all honesty, we thought we had gotten everything, and I jumped on it immediately. And I thought that everything was fine, because our text message was from June, so that was before any paperwork was even done.
And so the one other thing I'll caution you, for as long as you own property in the state of Florida, when you get into a code enforcement scenario, the piece of paper that you want to have in your physical possession, not in your text messages, is an affidavit of compliance, showing that you have complied with the city's codes and that you are no longer in violation. Because Joe is under no obligation, nor is any other city staff, to text you or call you or do anything else. Once you are found in violation of a city code and you are issued an order from a special magistrate, it is your obligation to contact the city and request a compliance inspection. It's nice, and it was apparently a courtesy for them to be communicating with you so personally. That's great, but that's certainly not a legal requirement of the city. So I would encourage you going forward, not just in this case, but if you still have property in this state, that anytime you get in a code enforcement scenario, that you get that affidavit of compliance. Don't rely on what someone tells you in a text message or on the phone. Make sure you get the documentation that's the binding document that you're complied, so that you understand and you have proof that you've complied.
Right, but I guess I'd been in West Palm for 30 years, and I've always had a relationship with the code, because I've always been in the neighborhood committees, I've always worked. So I've always had these relationships with the code officers where we would just call and text each other. And like the property that I had in Grandview, the code officer would say, oh, the garbage cans weren't brought in, so you need to bring those back in there. So I'd bring the garbage cans in. So it was never, like, I never asked for a compliance letter from them stating that I brought my garbage cans in, because I didn't know it was escalated to any other amount. And with this, he said a neighbor complained about the garbage can being on the wrong side of the fence, and also the fact that the tenant had a commercial vehicle with writing on the side of it. I said, okay, so we went back and forth, and he said they can park it behind the fence as long as it's not seen from the street. And he said the garbage can's fine because you just pull it inside the gate. So all honestly, we were having this conversation, so we never knew it was escalating. And the only reason why it escalated was because he left the city. And then it somehow got diverted into another route. And
Right.
then that's when it got pulled in. But for 30 years, I've always had a relationship with code compliance, working on other properties, problem properties, that we always just talked on the phone and worked things out. So I was always under the impression when they said, oh, by the way, whoever's at this property of yours needs to do this, I'd say, okay, I'll take care of it. I'll let you, immediately I would just
Right.
make the call.
I'm just giving you advice going forward so that you make sure
get
you
it. I
have
totally
you
understand
have
it.
all of your paperwork in
We
order.
were shocked, because from May till now, we've just been like ulcers, because this has been a total shock to us. And we're,
Yeah.
we're the ones that are out trying to fix the neighborhood up, and then now we've been, now we're the bad guys.
Right.
And
Right.
we're unsure if you're familiar with that Northwood area, but there is a street that has been a constant problem, and I know we're not focused on that, but as part of our contribution to that neighborhood, we stepped up to take care by attending a lot of the neighborhood meetings, so we could partner with the city and partner with the police force to help clean that area up. Because it's very dangerous in that area, so the market values are exceptionally low.
Mhm.
But with our property, we also make sure that we have a lawn person and a property manager that can step in for us in our absence. So with this, we try to establish relationships to avoid
Right.
getting to situations like this.
And
Right.
during this period, I was working with Joe, who was working on nuisance properties, and we had one just like 6 doors down. And I had been working with him on a regular basis on I contacted the owner of the property in Miami, and we'd been working on trying to get him to sell it or do something. So I'd had this relationship with the city on working, trying to help take care of these other problems on the street. So I was constantly just calling and texting and dealing with the code compliance on other things. So when it dealt with my property, I'm not saying I'm special, but when Ray calls and says your garbage can and the car out there has to be cleaned up, we're like, okay, well, we'll take care of it, and immediately we did.
Right.
And then on my text, it says, oh, did David call you? You called David? Okay. So we had this relationship, so I never knew that we'd gotten pulled into the system.
Right. So does the city have any response?
Yeah, I was just kind of listening to what they were saying. They stated that Ray contacted them back in June. June. But if we look at the timeline of the violation, then the violation was created on July 12th of 2021. And certified mail was sent out July 13th, and then he posted the property July 14th of 2021. And then right after, you are correct, Ray did leave the city, and this was taken over by another code officer who inspected the property prior to the hearing, August 29th of 2021, and they found that the property was still in violation, and thus we continued on to the hearing on September 20th, 2021, and an affidavit of non-compliance was then submitted on October 19th of 2021. So although I understand you were in communication with Ray Leong, and we did speak, and I stated that if this was paperwork and they had it, please submit it to us and we will add it to the case. But if we look at the timeline, it's not really.
It seems like there's a miscommunication
Yes, there's a
about the text.
miscommunication
Yeah.
there somewhere, and they did mention Jair Francis, which is the new officer in that area, and he did inspect the property, and as I explained to them, when he inspected the property May 12, 2022, he did find that the property was then in compliance, and then he did stop the fine. So what he was explaining to them was, yes, the property was cited for these items. At this moment, they no longer exist, so we will comply it. And I think, so there was miscommunication, but just based on the dates that they're giving us and what we're looking at, they're not really matching up.
You're saying that the text messages predate the actual.
It predates the actual, notice of
If I
violation.
could say something, we'd been going back and forth, and a lot of this had come up because we had a neighbor that was upset because we went out of town and rented the house out, and she didn't like the person that was in the house. So she was constantly calling, and this was August 18th of 2020, and Ray was telling me, oh, also a neighbor reported that in the evening that there are 2 or 3 vehicles in the front of the property. So he was saying, oh, also, they're also complaining about something else. So this was after we'd cleared everything up. So, and you're allowed to have cars in front of your property on the street because you're allowed to park in the street. So he was telling me, oh, by the way, they're also complaining about other things about your property. So we'd kept it up, and we were communicating up to this point. I don't know when he left the city, but
Yeah.
we'd been in communication up to this point, and up to this point, everything was clear. So I'm not sure at what point the paperwork started.
So, we get numbers of complaints. People will complain about anything. If it's valid, then obviously we have to do something about it. And if it's not, we will mention to you, hey, obviously you and Officer Leong, when he was here, had a great relationship where he was able to share that with you. But what I'm stating is based on what you're telling us, the last conversation you had with him was in June about these exact violations, but it seemed that it's still a month later, they were still present. So then he had to go and follow through with paperwork. Every officer, control their zone based on their discretion, based on their relationship with everyone. But that can only stretch so far. If we're communicating and we're stating, hey, this exists, and a month later it's still there, then they have a right to cite you. And it seems from what we're looking at, he's not here. From the paperwork, that seems like that's what happened, that he was communicating, but the tenants were not, they probably were reporting that, hey, we did this, but they probably didn't, and sadly for you guys, we're stuck in this situation now, trying to resolve it. And I do say, we do want to say thank you that you are involved in the community. This is not, you know, the city trying to go against you guys or anything like that, but just like everyone in here, we are subjected to getting these code violations if we do not follow city rules.
Right, but we were being in Oregon at the time and talking to Ray back and forth. I was totally under the impression that everything was cleared up because this was August, the middle of August, and he was saying, oh, we were under the assumption everything was clear, and he was saying, oh, by the way, they're complaining about something else. And then, you know, and I'd had phone conversations with him where it's like, we will make sure that we are running the property.
No, I understand that I understand that, but the problem is that you didn't get the mail that was sent to your house because your tenant either didn't give it to you or you don't have your mail going to the right address. So even though you have a text message from June, what she's saying is they sent the mail certified and they posted the property and you didn't know about it.
Right,
So
and-
that, there's nothing I can do about that.
Right, but I'm just showing that we had been communicating through
No,
August.
I think that's very clear on the record. I think that's very clear. And again, you know, your work in the neighborhood is certainly a good thing and certainly appreciated by the city staff. But again, I would encourage you, if you're renting property, make sure your mail is going to where you are going to get it so that you have notice of things like this. The city, despite the fact that this is a rental, is amenable to reduction. So what I'm gonna do is, if there's anything further from you both, I'd like to hear it now. Anything further from you, gentlemen? Okay, what I'm gonna do in case CE 210700091 is I'm going to reduce the lien from $23,400 to $4,000 payable within 60 days.
Can we get an extension on that?
That gives you 60 days to pay it. And if you don't pay it within that 60 days, then it reverts back to the original lien amount. So I would encourage you to get it paid so that you resolve the issue. Thank you.
Cases number 4 and 5 for 336 South Chillingworth Drive, CE 210600133 and CE 211000119.
I'm just gonna read both.
You can do both. That's
Yeah.
fine. Yeah.
So, number 4, case CE 21060133 was cited on June 9, 2021 for prohibited vehicles and garbage can placement. On July 7, 2021, the magistrate ordered 15 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved. The property was out of compliance for 167 days, resulting in a lien amount of $16,700. The applicant was not the owner of the property when these violations occurred. The city is seeking 15%. Number 5, case CE 2110119 was cited on October 7, 2021 for clean and sanitary, excessive overgrowth, repeat violation, swelling parkway violation, and removal of prohibited vehicles. On November 3rd, 2021, the magistrate ordered 10 days or $100 a day until compliance is achieved. The property was out of compliance for 53 days, resulting in a lien amount of $5,300. The applicant, again, was not the owner of the property when these violations occurred. City is also seeking 15%.
Your name for the record, sir?
Clemenso, last name Janeet.
This is the point in the hearing where you explained to me why the violation should, or excuse me, why the fine should be reduced.
Well, as she stated, I wasn't the owner at the time, but when I did find out about the violation after acquiring ownership, I did make sure that I was in compliance. I believe it was within 60 days. I mean, I don't know.
Did you do title searches on these before you bought them? Were you aware of the liens when you bought them?
Yes, I actually did, and the previous agent at the time had gone through this, but unfortunately, given the time for the closing and what I was going through, so I had just purchased the property with the lien.
Okay, so the city is asking for 15% of its liens. What's your response to that?
I think it should be reduced significantly.
That's pretty significant. That's
Yeah.
You'd only be responsible for
how much is that?
$2,500 in the first case
How much is
and
that in total? 'Cause I don't have-
$795.
I'm sorry, miss, go ahead.
You'd only be responsible for $2,505 in the first case and $795 in the second.
Yeah. Your Honor.
If you,
gotta bring it down
did
to
you
at
get
least-
title insurance?
Yes, yes.
So
I
all
did.
this money was held in escrow, all the entire lien amount would have been held in escrow,
no.
right?
No, it wasn't.
It should have been.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. Unfortunately, it was a
But-
short sale, so
It was what? It was a short sale?
yeah. So the process is
Okay.
a little bit different.
Yeah, the process is a lot different, a lot different. I guess I'm having a hard time understanding if you bought the properties with the liens, why should they be reduced if you bought them knowing they had liens on them? I'm sure you bought them for a reduced amount, knowing the value of the liens on the properties, right?
Right, right. So I purchased the property because it was a dire situation. I had to. I mean, I really want to get into it right now, but it was more of like personal matter,
Mm-hmm.
and I needed a property at the time.
Do you live at
So-
either of these addresses?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you live at both of them, or you live at one?
No, I just live in 336 South Chillingworth.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's the same address. Okay.
Yeah, same property.
Yeah,
So this is your homesteaded property?
correct.
Okay. All right, in the second
It's not
case,
homesteaded.
go ahead.
It's not homesteaded.
It's not homesteaded.
Mm-mm.
It's not homesteaded, but it's
Not-
your actual residence. You
It's my
physically
actual
reside
residence.
there right now.
Yeah, it's probably not
Well,
homesteaded.
yeah, probably. I mean, he purchased it in February.
And maybe not on the
and
property
not
appraiser
yet.
yet.
Okay.
Well, I think the city is being very generous with
And
you,
I appreciate that.
and even what they're requesting. So what I'm gonna do in case, anything further from the city?
That's it, ma'am.
Anything further from you, sir?
No.
In case CE 210600133, I'm gonna reduce the lien from 16,700 to 2,300, payable within 60
Your Honor, can you do
days.
1,500?
Excuse me?
Can you do 1,500 instead of?
No, sir, I can do 2,300. That's the reduction amount in that case, payable within 60 days. If you don't pay it within 60 days, it'll revert back to the original lien amount. And in case CE 2110019, I'm gonna reduce the fine amount from $5,300 to $795, payable within 60 days. So I encourage you, again, the city is being very lenient, with those liens, so get them paid and get this off your list of things to do.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Instructions are on the bottom. If you want to pay it now, it's on the first floor here, across the hall. All right, numbers 6 and 7 are both for 944 Ortega Road, CE 210400566 and CE 2105038. Number 6 and 7, 944 Ortega Road.
All right, I'm gonna do these together as well.
Thank you.
So case CE 170500173 was cited on May 27, 2021 for repairing roof, walls, and foundation, clean and sanitary, rental license, certificate of use, and business tax receipt. On July 7, 2021, the magistrate ordered a one-time fine of $250 for the business tax violation and 60 days, $100 a day for the remaining violations. The property was out of compliance for 330 days, resulting in a lien amount of $33,000. The applicant was not the owner of the property when these violations occurred. The city is seeking 15%. Case CE 21050387 was cited on April 28, 2017 for failure to obtain a building permit and required inspections. The property was taken to hearing on July 21st, 2021. The property was given 60 days or $100 a day to achieve compliance. The property failed to comply with the magistrate's order and was out of compliance for 305 days, resulting in a lien amount of $30,500. The applicant was not the owner at the time. City is seeking 15%.
Ryan Martinez. Yep, so I took ownership of the property on March 2nd of 2022. I believe there were 2 permits as well. One was for a rental without a permit. That was with the previous owners. On March 5th, 3 days after I purchased the property, those tenants left the property. So 3 days later, pretty much, they left the property. On March 23rd is when one of the permits was for windows and doors installments without permits. And that's when I submitted the permit to bring it up to code, the windows. On March 28th, it was because there was another, a patio sunroof was done in the back without a permit. So within the same month, I had to hire an engineer, architects to make sure they come inspect the patio sunroof and the windows. And within the same month, I submitted the permits so it can be brought up to code. Then that took almost, brought us up to July 27th when it was, I'm sorry, July 19th. July 19th was when all the permits were approved, and July 22nd was when they went to inspect the house that I was working with Sonia Bins. I tried to tell her that, hey, the people left the house as soon as I bought the house, and she said, well, Brian, you have to fill every permit before we can stop the rental. So then so in total it took almost 5 months for the city to approve all the permits, because I know that they're pretty they're pretty behind, because I know there's a lot of people applying for different permits. That's pretty much all I have.
Sorry. So you heard that the city is requesting or granting you a reduction of 85% is what they're asking, right? So they're asking for you only to pay 15% of each of the liens, which reduces the fines from roughly $64,000 to roughly $10,000. That seems pretty lenient to me, again, on the part of the city. So that's maybe it's the holiday spirit. Are these rental properties?
No, so actually this one I bought it for myself. I am actually working on fixing it, still am, just so that but I wanted to get this out of the way so that I can actually move in, because I didn't want, if there was going to be another inspection or anything like this, for there to be an issue.
So you bought this to live in it. This is intended to be your residence?
Correct.
Okay.
That's exactly what I'm doing. So then, I've put a lot of, just for me to hire the engineer and the permit, and, because they had also, the city put also, the people that were renting, there were termites there, and the owners didn't take care of that. Apparently, the owners never paid for the property for a whole year. They never collected rent. So that house was in really, very bad condition.
Mm-hmm.
So I've come in to, I painted the house. I've put inside, I've tried to renovate the house a little bit more. I spent almost $48,000 to bring this house so it can look pretty and in a decent neighborhood, because the way it was before, it was really bad.
Mm-hmm.
So, I would like for you to take into consideration the fact that I already spent $50,000. And, just if we're talking just the permits alone, that I've spent $16,328
On permit
just
fees.
to bring this up to code. Correct.
How did you buy the house?
I ended up buying the money with a private loan.
But did you buy it just a straight contract? It's not a
Correct.
foreclosure. It wasn't a tax deed. It was just a straight property purchase. Okay. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
Anything further from you, sir?
No, I mean, I work with Cassandra and Monique. I was emailing them every day. They probably got annoyed with me just because I was trying to be really on top of them. I was really trying to work with the city as much as fast as I could just to fix this issue as fast as possible.
Oh, I appreciate that, and I would encourage you to be persistent with all code enforcement cases, because until you get to this point and you get a final order, it's not resolved. So with that, I appreciate your efforts to bring the property up to a better standard and up to code. In case CE 210-40566, I'm going to reduce the lien from $33,250 to $3,500, payable within 60 days. And in case CE 210-50387, I'm going to reduce the lien from $30,500 to $2,500, payable within 60 days. Happy holidays, and the city is, I'm probably getting in trouble, but happy holidays.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, next cases numbers 8, 9, and 10 for 212 Gregory Place, CE 201000239, CE 2111018, and CE 220100074.
On one property, so.
Go ahead. Bundle them all together. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. CE 201000239 was cited on October 19, 2020 for failure to secure a building permit and required plans. On May 20th, 2021, the magistrate ordered 30 days and $100 a day to achieve compliance. The property was out of compliance for 460 days, resulting in a lien amount of $46,000. Case CE 2110188 was cited on November 12, 2021 for repair of roof walls and foundation, garbage can placement, paint, trees obstructing the right-of-way, and fence and wall maintenance. On July 5th, 2022, the magistrate ordered 5 days to abate and 30 days and $100 a day to achieve compliance for the remaining violations. The property was out of compliance for 105 days, resulting in a lien amount of $10,500. Case CE 220-10074 was cited on January 6, 2022 for pool and spa and boarding certificate. On February 16, 2022, the magistrate ordered 30 days and $100 a day to achieve compliance. The property was out of compliance for 63 days, resulting in a lien amount of $6,300. Special Magistrate City is seeking 25%. In this case, the applicant is the cause of the violation.
So you're seeking 25% in each of the cases?
25% on all,
Okay.
yeah, all three.
Your name, sir?
Scott Gardner.
And your relation to?
I work for the company that does the property management for this fund.
He's the designated agent as well.
Okay, so
on
you're
file.
comfortable with him. He's got you the paperwork you need for him to represent. Okay, go ahead, sir. Explain to me why these violations or fines should be reduced, rather.
So just to clarify, you're saying 25% reduction or reduced to 25% of the,
It's a 75% reduction, so
75%.
we're seeking 25% back, right? Yes.
Okay,
You would only be
sorry.
responsible for 25% of each of the
Understood.
fines.
Understood. Okay, so under my knowledge, this property was part of a very large bulk buy that this fund did for several communities here in the Miami area. And when we acquired the property, there was already things that we got violated for because the previous owner had done it without permits. You can see in the pictures, we have since raised this house. We have entered into a verbal agreement with another fund that is going to purchase this lot and also build another home on it. So the city will receive the funds for the increased tax on that. At the same time, we're just trying to get this cleared up so that we can go forward with that sale. And at the best of my knowledge, this is basically, we're here to ask for forgiveness. Happy holidays.
That's a tough spot they
Pay
put
our
you in,
fine
sir.
and
That's a
sell the
tough spot
property.
for you today. I mean, it seems, being the cause of the violations and also being a commercial outfit, the city's willingness to reduce them by 75%, I think is pretty lenient. That would take your fines down from a very difficult number to a manageable number. What's your position on the 25%?
Although I believe that is extremely fair, we would like to say that, whatever we reduce in, plus the sale of this property, is gonna go right back into the communities to be invested in upgrading other properties in your area. So it's a significant amount of money. It helps us conduct our business in this area. So whatever else you can reduce at this time, we would be appreciative.
I certainly appreciate that. The thing that I also have to be sensitive to is that the people who don't, well, ultimately they will benefit is the neighbors, but they're the ones who are dealing with these violations when they're in existence. So although you say that there's going to be tax revenue going to the city, the neighbors don't realize that, right? That's the city's benefit, not the neighbors who have to witness whatever was done without permits or whatever was on the property in violation of the city's code. But with that, I do understand your request.
May I ask one question?
Yes, go
What
ahead.
was the timeline again? I'm sorry,
Which timeline?
the.
For
from
when the violations? Okay, so, the one ending in CE 239 was cited on October 19th of 2020.
How many days were they out of compliance?
They were out of compliance for 460 days.
Yeah.
You guys were the owners at the time. According to the property appraisers, this property was purchased by this, in February 2019. So this was under this ownership. Number 9, case CE ending in 188 was out of compliance for 105 days. And CE number ending in 074 was out of compliance for 63 days. And Special Magistrate, please note that in case ending in CE 188, that one, there was an abate order on that. So I mean, as
Was
you
there abatement costs incurred by the city?
Yes, bam, which is part of the hard cost of what they have to pay anyway, but it just goes to the neighbors of the property having to, put up with that. Even the pool and spa violation, they had to, the neighbors have to witness that and live around that when it's turning green and attracting mosquitoes and all types of other diseases. So, I mean, it may seem like lightweight violations to you guys, but it does impact the neighborhood in a great,
Yeah.
great way.
In no way do we figure this as lightweight. That's why I drove down here today to be here in person. Given the facts that you've stated and the amount of time, our company was, of course, going through the 2020. Things were shut down. We were trying to get things going. We furloughed almost our entire staff here in Miami, and now we're starting to rebuild it. So, believe me, I believe you guys are completely fine. I now understand from the neighbor's point of view, and whatever further reductions we can get, I would be most appreciative.
Okay. Anything further from the city?
That's it, thank you.
All right, in CE 201-00239, I'm gonna reduce the lien from 46,000 to 10,000 payable within 60 days. And I just wanna make sure in the next one, in the one ending in 188, that the 25% covers the city's hard costs for abatement.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna reduce in case CE 211100188, I'm gonna reduce the lien from $10,500 to $2,625 payable within 60 days. And in case CE 220100074, I'm gonna reduce the lien from $6,300 to $1,575 payable within 60 days. Happy holidays, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's help.
And lastly, number 11, 3800 Washington Road, number 709, CE 210800039.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement with the City of West Palm Beach. Case CE 210-80039 was cited on August 3rd, 2021 for failure to secure building permits and required inspections and work commencing before the permit. On October 6, 2021, the magistrate ordered 45 days and $100 a day to achieve compliance. The property was out of compliance for 141 days, resulting in a lien amount of $14,100. The applicant was the cause of the violation. City is seeking 25%.
Your name, sir?
My name is Chris Posner.
Special Magistrate, can you swear him in, please?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. This is the point, as you've heard, I'm sorry you were the last on the agenda. Don't buy a lottery ticket today, maybe wait till tomorrow. But this is the point where you get to explain to me why your fine should be reduced.
So could you repeat the fine amount, please?
The what?
Could you repeat the amount of the fine, please?
Yes, $14,100.
Oh, that's actually lower than I expected.
That's good news.
So it's my understanding that the owner of the property, Mike Strenka, was advised of the fine. However, he wasn't there for the initial hearing as he was out of the state caring for his father. When he found out that the fine was assessed, he immediately applied for a permit and did receive one in November. Unfortunately, it seems that the building that he lived in prevented all construction in the building for 5 months from December 15th through April. So he was not able to get the construction done in time until, I believe, late April, early May, where he had a private inspector come in and deem the property in compliance. I've been in communication with Cassandra for months now to get this on the docket. I believe everything is fine now, but I just wanted you to know that when the owner found out about the violation, he did do what he could to get it fixed as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, again, his building did prevent that for some time.
What would have been the reason for that they were not allowing?
I was not advised of it, unfortunately. I didn't realize that was the case until fairly recently. It does seem strange to me.
That seems very strange to me as well, yeah.
But the building could have had construction going on of its own. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But this was just a shower pan issue, I believe, that was resolved as soon as he could. We are asking for a 10% on the fine reduction from the 14.
I have a question. You said that they weren't permitted to do construction starting when?
It was December 15th through April.
Okay, all right. Because our timeline is very different where, honestly, the owner could have actually completed the work prior to, because the citation was sent on August 3rd. We have notes here that they were in contact with the building inspector, This didn't go to hearing until October 6th. So, and even at that time, they were given an additional 45 days to start establishing work. So from
October to
August
December, they could have done the
that's-
work, yeah.
Do you have
That's a lot of time.
I understand. Do you have the date that he got the permit?
They got, we can pull it up if necessary.
Because I think the
Oh,
permit
yeah,
was.
actually, the date that he actually got the permit is the date it was complied was, April 12, 2022.
There wasn't a permit
But-
issued in November?
Well, that's when the permit was signed off and issued.
So I believe when he got the permit issued, he might have had trouble getting contractors to come out in time and then learned that the building was shutting down the construction.
I understand, but we still have to be honest about the timeline here.
I
This was cited back in August, and the building didn't stop construction till December. So there was months in between that time where that could have been communicated to the building inspector, where they would have actually asked the magistrate for the additional time to get this done. It doesn't seem like that was communicated to the city.
I understand.
Yeah, so,
Either way, the property is now in compliance.
yes, it is.
We just ask for any leniency the city would provide.
Okay. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am, thank you.
All right, so in case CE 210-80039, I'm gonna reduce the fine, or lien amount rather, from 14,100 to 3,000 payable within 60 days.
Can do, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. Thank you.
3,000.
Here's a copy of the order.
Any further business from the city? We have someone who has a question.
I'm just trying to confirm something. So I'm looking at this, so the total, am I paying total 2,300 or, because I noticed there's a 795 down here too.
What's your property?
I'm sorry,
The property?
336 South Chillingworth.
No, so you're paying $2,300 for, the lien that was $16,700,
Uh-huh.
and you'll be paying
$795 for the other one.
$795 for the, lien that was $5,300. So you had two liens on the property.
Those two.
So it's just over, it's $3,095 total.
All right. So we can't make the whole thing 23?
No,
No,
sir,
it
those
was
are my
already
orders.
voted
You
on.
have them in your hands. That's the
Order,
ruling.
the hearing's closed out, case is closed. If you have any questions on how to pay, I can help you with that.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Seeing nothing further from the city, we're going to stand adjourned at 1:33.